Good afternoon. Thank you for being here in such a number. I know this is not the easy time with quite significant heat this afternoon. So we'll try to be interesting enough to keep you with us. To reindustrialize France, well, France clearly today is part of the major European countries. We've lost most of the highest number of industries in the last decades until the beginning of the 2000s. We even thought that service jobs would replace industrial jobs, and some big industrial managers recommended a factory-free plant. France. So this led to major dependency of France on the industrial level, which was revealed during the COVID crisis. Dependence, fragmentation, extreme of production processes. Since then, bring the industry back to France is a priority for the various politicians. The idea is now agreed, but is it taking shape? This is the purpose of our discussion this afternoon. It is my pleasure to welcome Bernard Fontana, the CEO of EDF, French Electricity Board, Olivier Gavalda, Director General of the Crédit Agricole, Hélène Huby, Founder and General Director of the Exploration Company. In 2 words, Hélène, possibly people might not know your company. You work for the construction of a space capsule for freight transport. And Vincent Policard, partner and co-responsible of infrastructure activities in KKR, and Philippe Sedbon, Director General of BPCE Group. And Maya Bakash-Beauvalet will set the stage of this discussion. Is there a sort of a weakening of the reindustrialization process? Are we running late? Do you have figures as well? Hello, good afternoon. The topic X is here to face the realities. So we should talk about deindustrialization rather than reindustrialization. I'll start with that phrase, less optimistic than usual for the Rencontre d'Aix. Why? I'll start with an anecdote. In 1992 in the US, Paul Krugman, who is a major economist, a specialist of industrial economy, and he wants a job with Bill Clinton, who was a governor at the time, Arkansas. And Bill Clinton said, how can we reindustrialize the US? Because you're a specialist. I can hire you if you explain to me how we do it. And Paul Krugman said, well, sorry, sir, but it's not feasible. It's not feasible. We won't be able to reindustrialize. And therefore, the anecdote ends that Paul Krugman was not hired by Bill Clinton, but it was good news for him. Then he is now a Nobel Prize of Economy in 2008, so it wasn't such a bad idea. Why is it difficult to industrialize? Because the industry brings to the fore the agglomeration effect. Agglomeration effect is that when an industry sets up somewhere, it will attract other activities, competitive industries. It seems paradoxical. We think, okay, well, if you're a competitor, you'll go away from your competitor because you don't want to have a price war, and just to grab a piece of market. No. What leads usually is the agglomeration effect. Next to your competitor, there will be the subcontractors who are specialized in your domain. You will find them labor who's been skilled and competent in your domain, and so on and so forth. So those agglomeration effects are long-term effect, they're historical effects. So to reverse the agglomeration effect is difficult, but it is also extremely costly. You can try to do everything, but the problem is the scope of the investment necessary to reverse the agglomeration effect. To talk in simple words, when we talk about agglomeration effect, we talk about Silicon Valley in the US. We think about the finance around Europe, the coal and steel industry. So there's strong phenomenon. So to talk about reindustrialization today it means that we have to take into account the long-term effects, the historical effects of agglomeration, which are in progress. It doesn't mean we can't do a thing, you know, we'll discuss that today, but simply we have to take into account such effects. Second point I want to do to set the discussion, for the economist at least, I mean, what seems important to me, it's not so much that it is industry, services or something else. What counts is productivity, innovation, what will generate gains of revenues, of enrichment for work, capital, and so on and so forth. So the key question is, are we late in terms of productivity in Europe and in France, more specifically? Are we late in terms of innovation? And clearly the diagnostic is fairly brutal. And in fact, I'm sure we're going to talk about that. Now, maybe to frame the questions that the speakers will address, I think there is 4 questions that we can ask ourselves. First one is, what industries are we talking about? When we talk about reindustrialization, we talk about saving the automotive industry. Are we talking about solving the too big to fail domain, in domains where with a lot of employment and facilities? Or are we talking about tomorrow's industry with productivity, innovation? And around the question is my answer. You know, well, I'm sure we're going to discuss that. Second question is the leverage. And I think the levers to that, and I'm sure we were going to discuss that. How can we explain, how can we do it? What can we do to help these industries to be innovative? And of course, there will be an important topic about the prices and the cost, especially the cost of energy for these industries, not just that, infrastructures and what the state or local authorities or others, network companies can do. Third question is, how can we articulate these innovation stakes, you know, with the major challenge today, decarbonation? So tomorrow's climatic goals with the 40 degrees here, you know, no need to remind you that these are quite burning questions. It's a hot topic. So how to reconcile the 2 points, and then finish the fourth question, which is that of the framework within which all this will take place. It's a French framework. Is it European, and how to invent the new industry, which is not longer a world of free trade and peace that we've known in the previous years, but which is probably a world which is more protectionist with a real sovereignty challenge. Lots of difficult questions. I'm sure our speakers have a lot of things to say. So I'll leave the floor with no further ado. Thank you, Maya, for your introduction. Yes, indeed. You said it, electricity, energy is kind of the key point for industrial world. Bernard Fontana, you are one of the levers of competitiveness for the industry and for the sovereignty. How can we make sure today that the energy you produce is as cheap as possible? Well, to do industry, indeed, you need energy, and more or less, depending on the activities, but it is one of the elements of the competitiveness of the industry. This energy has to be available, reliable, and competitive. In France, this is the case. Electricity, it is reliable, competitive. I won't give you figures, too many figures, but we know the mean price of wholesale market on the forward 2026 for the first semester 2020 in France, 65 euros per megawatt hour. Spain, the Netherlands 84, Germany 88, the UK 93, Italy 108. So this is the environment where we see, but there is also an electrical system, a grid, which is highly competitive. Moreover, our electricity is decarbonated at 95%, you know. It is 10 times less in Germany. I mean, some countries have different rates, but we can feel that this is a structural phenomenon of decarbonation. It is attractive, and I can see we can attract data centers which need power with these characteristics. And you talked, it is sovereign. For example, we did export almost 100 terawatt-hours of electricity for almost 5 billion, whereas we imported 63 billion of fossil energy. So it is local jobs as well. It's a domain. It's an industry to increase the lifespan of the nuclear stock. And for the EPR2, we'll have to recruit 100,000 people in our industrial fabric within the next 10 years. And I can see that Framatome onshores in production in France, Arabelle with the turbine re-internalized productions in France. We are creating, in addition to the availability of our electricity, we're creating an industrial movement in France. Beyond that, what you mentioned was the electrification of usages, which is also a source of challenges, industrial challenges. So I think basically we do have conditions. There are difficulties. Of course, there are situations to be improved. We work with our clients, especially in terms of contracts, but we have elements that will make it possible to fight to reindustrialize France. Hélène Huby. For you, reindustrialization, is it something technical or is it highly political? You do space freight, you fabricate space capsules, things that Americans know how to do, the Chinese, the Russians, but there is no European space capsule. You are doing that. Now the question, public tender offer procurement is necessary? Well, first, it's a fact. More than my company has 3 years. We started 4. Now it's more 300, and we got factories in France, in Bordeaux, in Germany, in Italy, and we open in the Emirates, and we are in the US already. So indeed, in catchment basins, which makes sense in terms of technology, Munich in Germany, Bordeaux because the M51, Houston, elsewhere. 2 questions here. Can we have the right technologies? Because in what we do, space capsules, and as of next year, rockets, there are technologies that we don't control at all in Europe. They are done in China, in Russia, in the US. So what we've done, we opened in the US. We have partners, and Europeans work with SpaceX, and today are joining us. That's the way we proceed, very simply. I want to mention that we have a competitive advantage, significant, regardless of the electricity price in Europe. European engineer in aerospace is 50% cheaper, was 33% cheaper than the aerospace engineer in the US. So we do have a competitive advantage in Europe. Then the balance between public and private, well, what we're creating in Europe, in fact, for the first time in the story of space in Europe, we create a model that comes from the US, applied to the US for about 10, 15 years. It's called commercial space. To make a capsule, it's one of the most complex products among all space vehicles. You know, only 3 countries can do it. Normally, I should have gone to France, Italy, Germany, and I would have said, give me 1 billion and I'll come up with the capsule. Well, I went to see private investors first, TUT, Cherry, Partech, normal, venture capitalists, normal. I said I have a team, leading team, and we take 100% of the European market, we said 50% of the American market, because SpaceX is retiring the capsule. Americans will need a new capsule. Give us money, we'll deliver. And in less than 5 years, we had 2 space capsules on air. So we established our technical credibility. Now I see government, they will pay half of the normal cost, because half of the cost has already been paid by private investors. So gain of money for the taxpayers. The jobs we create are sustainable, durable jobs. We could have, we have to have the market fit of the capsule, sustainable jobs, durable jobs. We don't have to subsidize the product, and we move faster because this period, 3, 4, 5 years of negotiation between states, we clear that by starting with private financing. So it's a new model for space industry we bring to Europe. It could be applied to a lot of industry. Public orders come with the state as a client to anchor the product, but as a state that will provide subsidies, and as a state that will establish competition between main groups and startups. The competition of capsules in Europe, we won it, #1 with Thales, Airbus, Dassault, and so on and so forth. I'll stop now, but this is the new model for industrialization. The state is the anchoring client and put in competition historical jobs, which have an amazing competence historic, together with new jobs for new technologies, and then shall the best win. Let the best win. The winner will be the best. So, do you share this view? Public procurement does not suffice. You need public-private partnership? Yeah. And maybe I'll start as the Americans. When you got, when you are a hammer, everything looks like a nail. So I look at this aspect of deindustrialization through infrastructures. There will be needs, huge needs, development, investment in infrastructures in the coming years, which will be highly structuring for competitiveness of the industry in France and in Europe. So it applies in traditional infrastructures, it applies in new infrastructures. When I talk about traditional ones, I talk about transport, or highways, ports, railways, airports. And then to take two examples that will be quite structuring in France in the coming years, with a key question of allotment of investment and risk between public and private. First, highways. You know the highways contract because they'll end in 5 to 10 years. So the choice of the model will be quite structuring for motorways and for the industry. Second example is on the bridges, because ports. When we see in Europe, when we go to Antwerp, Rotterdam, or if you go to French ports like Dunkirk, Aropa, not far, Marseille, Fos, all those ports need to redefine themselves, need to invest and to transform themselves, and their ability to transform or not will define competitiveness. So that's for the traditional infrastructure. Then there is what I call the new infrastructures, so mainly digital and energy transition. So digital, it is something we've discussed in France recently with the AI Summit and other initiatives of this kind. We do need to invest in digital centers, and then in this topic, industrial decarbonation, which goes through renewable energies or decarbonated energies, or other, because there are new electrification of industrial processes directly or indirectly through what we call green molecules, hydrogen, ammonia, which indirectly can decarbonated industrial branches such as steel industry, chemistry, fertilizers, cement, everything that is energy intensive. So those subjects are very structuring for the economy, for the industry. We've seen it in the Draghi report, because Draghi report discussed that issue of infrastructure, makes it a central topic for competitiveness and economic growth in Europe, and more recently in the program of the German government, because one of the key aspect is a 500 billion euro fund to invest in infrastructures in energy transition. So that's public money, but that will be complemented by private money as well. Olivier Gavalda. How do you finance that? How can you, open savings to find the financing and support in the territory the industrial notion? Well, today what we can say is that French banks, and of course the Crédit Agricole, which is the largest fund provider of the French economy, will support this project in France. And unlike preconceived ideas, we don't have any lack of funding. We actually have lack of projects. This is the topic. We have a lack of projects. However, if tomorrow things had to speed up, we can see the will of Europe and France to accelerate projects, and especially versus all the issues of sovereignty. Well, we have to remove two types of constraint to accelerate the funding and facilitate it. First one is the regulation, the weight of regulations. If we could lighten by 1% the constraints imposed in terms of equities, our own equities. If we could lighten by 1%, we would clear 120 billion additional funding. 120 billion, it's a huge figure. Compare this, you know what's the weight of the industrial fabric in France in terms of credit? It's 187 billion euros. So we double, and this will accelerate with the bulk cap constraints. When our friends, competitors in the US, where they are lowering them, we are raising them. So there will be a true issue, and we can be look, the onshoring or outshoring of the industry goes to the US. Of course, but basically, there is also this problem. Then there is the PAP, private-public partnership. So, public-private partnership. Sorry. So we do have a lot of things to do, and the union of investment in savings. We still it's been discussed for 20 years, but nothing's been done. Not much has been done. Second point, we have to, and the initiatives have just been taken. I'm talking about the finance label, which propose savings which is targeting European projects. And finally, there is a subtopic which may be borderline, which is the crypto money, and especially stable coins today. Massively, European players, the European they buy about 200 billion, but this is savings that finances, the US debt and US project, whereas in Europe, we're still trying to imagine if we should or not have a stable coin in euros. It exists, but it's very small. And we still talk about the digital euro, which doesn't make sense, in fact, because very remote and very costly, actually. Philippe Sedmont said, what sector do you identify? How do you choose the sectors? How do you orientate yourselves? Savings to these industrial investment. How do you do that? Hello. 2 introductions, 3, just to correct. I don't want to have any problems when I get back to the office. I'm only delegate director general of Natexis and in charge of the management of assets. So I'll talk about savings and what we do with collected savings. 2 comments. Might top. Basic savings is not an aggregate that you can move around. Savings is the sum of all your individual savings. In order to have a correct orientation, we have to make sure that the utilization will be attractive for each and every one of us. I think this is a key point. The second thing is that, as you said, there is an abundant saving in Europe, in France. 18% of saving rate in France. It's huge. It's huge. We got abundant savings, and thanks or because of well, I said because, but thanks to the monetary policies, which are very accommodating in the last 15 years. Well, it stopped for a while, but we got also a lot of cash flow, so we can reorient it. And so how do we make this productive and put it to work, especially to finance? And I think the discussion is been well said. Thank you, because the topic is how do we create reindustrialization or industrialization, because it's to industrialize differently towards something else, which is a long-term cycle topic, which goes beyond the electoral mandate on the one hand, and second, which should find its resources, its competitiveness at its own resource throughout the duration of the project. So within our group, we do have a lot of vectors to finance that. We do it through our banks, because they finance and so on and so forth. In terms of savings, clearly we do have levers at the domestic level and European level. It would be absurd to think that we can reindustrialize France without European dynamics around it. So it would be a mistake. So we have simple things to do at the domestic, Tax system must be stable if we want to have the household tax and foreign investment stability. Second, reinforcement of financial education. Simply, there are many reasons, but mainly because those are long cycles, and therefore, I'm sorry to say it that way, but the industrial cycles are not the Bitcoin cycles. So you need the corresponding savings corresponding to the cycle. So that goes through long product, but long products, we have them. We got great products, life insurance in France, and the PER, but they can be reinforced. They will be reinforced. Several leads to be done at the domestic level. We may introduce, if there is some alignment, there will be a major political debate. We can introduce pension schemes in addition to the existing system, and this will finance long jobs that we need. So there is a bit of domestic initiative, and there is at the European level, which are quite crucial. Indeed, you introduced something interesting in this debate. This is the reindustrialization to be thought purely at the level of France or at the European level, and the European framework should be privileged in the reflection. Bernard Fontana, is this a reflection for you done at the European level? How do you hinge the next challenges? There are some countries where we have a written variance for us challenges, but there are assets and we have to preserve them. And the first thing to do is, again, when it's possible, to extend the lifespan of the nuclear reactors. It's good for competitiveness, but it is good for industrial activity. I have 11, the CP1 reactor 11. If we place more powerful turbines, we will clear terawatts. We'll have more terawatts. Well, we have to go for it, look for them, and this is work for the Belfort plants. So this is the kind of answers we can provide. Then we have to renew the park, 6 or 8 more EPRs. We do that with safety and security, capital and lead time. How can we go faster? And it is also a topic for us and our initial partners. Do we look at one of saying how to do this? And the partners of the domain said there could be an agreement for performance for the EPRs to succeed the EPRs, and I do agree, and we were going to sign it later on to show our commitment and our ability to do performance together, because it is work from a domain we have to do together. We'll do it in France, but we can extend it as well to other activities internationally and in Europe especially. Hydraulics, well, this is of course white water electricity. We have to modernize the stock. You know, we have a great energy. We may even increase our production capabilities, but the challenge is to pull out of the you know, with the problem we have with the European Union for 15 years, and I hope this is a problem we're going to deal with. And we talked about the network. It's all very well. You modernize the network, adapt it to the new configuration, work on the stability, and keep working and optimize the network, take advantage of interconnections. In addition to that, there is one topic that has to be dealt with, the adaptation of all our devices to climate change. Because if we project ourselves in 15 years, possibly, when, you know, temperatures of river will be warmer, flow rates will be slower. So we do have solutions, and we have to start with no-brainers. We shut down. We had to stop a power plant because, because the cooling water is warmer than the actually water to be cooled. So, so this is the kind of provisions that we have ahead of us. Beyond that, the electrification of usages are mentioned. This is clearly, we have to go for that. And to succeed all this, we need women, men, who are engaged, committed, who join the industry, who join us in our production of energy. And this is work at the national level, but also at the level of the regions to get apprentices, women, to have their strengths in the industry. And these are challenges which are fascinating. And with the quality of the people already there, their pride and their commitment, I'm optimistic. And I want to thank all my colleagues and all the partners of the domain.
And how do you deal with the question around the energy mix? There's a whole debate about the role of renewable energies. How do you see this? Well, yes, we develop wind power. I visited our wind power fleet around here 2 days ago. And I think the question here is to do with government decisions around uses, and this will be the decisions being made around demand questions, and we'll do this in order to make sure we succeed with the challenges we're facing. Vincent Poligard, in order to reach the objectives around reducing carbon in industry, there are massive needs in this sector. Would you say that France is well positioned because of its energy mix? Well, if I want to be a bit provocative, I think there are two things that we really need to get hold of. First of all, you're asking this question about reindustrialization of France. That means if we focus in that way, we're already on the wrong path, because we can only do this together with our European partners. First of all, because of the cost of energy that we've talked about. If we just leave nature to do its work, renewable energy and the production of renewable energy will happen in southern Europe, in Spain, and in Portugal, around solar power in northern Europe, Scandinavia, around hydroelectric power and offshore wind. And then, of course, the energy prices that Bernard was talking about in the middle, in France and Germany and Belgium, etc. We don't have any natural advantages in this area. So, of course, there's the nuclear power, which is a part. So we really need to accept this European approach, which industries are going to be able to remain competitive and benefit from this European approach and end up with some comparative advantages. And the second reason why this all has to be done at the European level is that no European market has the size to have a really competitive industry. So that's the first thing that really seems very important to me. And the second point, which comes back to your question, is that we need to recreate this culture of public-private partnerships. Today, this cohabitation of public and private partnerships, as Hélène was saying, it's not natural, but it really is very important. To take an example, it's really very important. If we look at the hydrogen plan from France, we're looking at 9 billion euros up to 2030, which seems like a fairly high figure, but we have been looking at a green steel production program in Sweden, which is seeking to build a 2.5 million ton production capacity plant of green steel. 130 million is the total production, so this is 2% of the steel production in Europe. In order to build these first factories in Europe, the promoter raised 6.5 billion. So this is 2% of steel, and steel is one of the industrial branches that need to see reduced carbon. So that amount is 70% of the French hydrogen plan. So these figures just gives an idea of the order of magnitudes in terms of investment capacities, and the investment capacities of states are really different between private investment and public investment. Philippe Setban, I think you wanted to respond to this. I think, as we've just heard, all of this is happening at a European level, and it can only happen at a European level because it's the only market which gives us the size we need to make sure that there is an ongoing competitivity at a global level, because competitivity is a global thing. So that's clear. So what can we do at a European level? Well, we have a window of opportunity here, because for the first time in 12 or 14 months, for this first time, we're talking about the competitivity of the European economy. This has never happened before. There's an alignment of interest. This comes out of the Draghi report and the state report that came out in spring 2024. Nevertheless, I think here we've been aware of this for the last 20 years. I think all of us would agree with this, but now we can show the reports that are showing this. The second thing is that the big perspective that we need to have is we need to create a virtuous circle in Europe. Savings, focusing savings on investment into business, which would make it possible to fund the innovations we're talking about, which make it possible to fund the transitions we're talking about so that they can succeed and so we can all succeed together. And this would make it possible to improve competitivity, profitability, and therefore yields for the savers that we all are, the investors that we all are. This is essential because today we have 300 billion euros of European savings, more or less, that are exported every year. That's a significant amount. But the people are right to go and invest elsewhere because there's better yields elsewhere. So why should we stop them doing that? So how can we change this situation? So we've got this Finance Europe plan with 7 European countries that are seeking to bring in place an alignment in order to have long-term products invested today at about 70%. I think that's a fairly low figure with a minimum duration of 5 years. And so that would help us to move the way we're thinking. So that's a good first step. It would give us levers for funding, but it's not enough. Because in order to execute this, I think we've got some banks here, we've got asset managers, we've got insurers who are here in the room who have been on other panels. So these savers are at the center of the collection of these savings and the reuse of these savings. We really need finance services that are very strong in Europe, and that's not the case. We have some great banks, and that's great, but the financial services that we have are not competitive in terms of, and they're not competitive with what was going on, particularly in, say, North America. That means that in Europe, not only do we need to put in place industrialization by raising finance, but we also need to change our system, which has been in place for the last 50 years. We need to stop focusing exclusively on protecting consumers, and we need to focus also on production. These are the same people. You are consumers, but we're all consumers because we are human beings. So we are also producers. And perhaps a last point before handing on the microphone: Europe is not a superpower because it has 450 million consumers. We will be a superpower when we have 450 million producers. So we really need to focus on production, and we need to be competitive in all areas. That's the only way to reindustrialize in a long-term manner. Thank you. Olivier Gavalda, do we need to focus on national champions? Is the fabric of France strong enough to help us with this competitivity at a national and international level? So, with Crédit Agricole, the development of this industrialization and of new industrial projects must go through local territories, because there needs to be space, there needs to be transport, there needs to be people. There needs also to be a fabric of SMEs that is upstream and downstream of these industrial sectors. And so it's really important to support these SMEs, these small and medium-sized businesses that often struggle to keep up in these industrial programs. Often subcontractors struggle to support the growth that's happening, and this is really decisive for our future. So we need to support them. With Crédit Agricole, we've decided to put in a number of different systems. We've put in place systems to put in support to the agricultural industry, the pharmaceutical industry, aviation. We're putting in place skills so that we can support this fabric of SMEs. We're doing this through equity. We've got some specialized funds for small players, for small businesses, and we need to also have teams that make connections between local authorities and these big industrial projects and these SMEs, because regulations are difficult. So there's a whole number of initiatives that we need to support. We need not just to have a perspective through mega projects. Of course, there is Europe, but we also need to look at financing. We need local territories, local areas. So we were hearing from you earlier that we need to have European talent, that sometimes you had to get talent from US and Asia. Do you think Europe can develop this, Helen Ubi? Well, the answer is very simple, and the answer is yes, and we can prove this because last week we saw a technical progress for Europe for the first time. We had a capsule enter at an orbital speed. So you might not understand that, but that's 8 kilometers a second, and this is something that Europe had never done in its history, and this is a technical milestone, and it's something that's absolutely essential if we want to bring back objects and people from space. That's something that we've done. So we've shown that we can do this as Europeans. I want to come back to perhaps 3 things that we can improve, but I also want to say slightly provocatively, we, as the exploration company, we don't have any financing issues. We've we've raised a whole number of the biggest Series A investment, Series B investment. Every time we've been oversubscribed. In 2.5 years, we signed 800 million euros of contract with the majority of clients who are in the US. What does that mean? It means that the priority of priorities for me to develop industry is the validity of the project, because our cycles in our professions are important. We don't make a product in 1 year, 2 years, 5 years. A rocket or a space capsule takes between 5 to 10 years to build, and then it operates for 15 years. So I want to say that we really need not to make any mistakes about the product we're developing, because if we invest 1 billion or 3 billions on something that takes 6 years to be developed, and then it needs to be at the top of the market for the next 10 years, and we've made a mistake, well, that's a mega problem. So the validity of the project is really very important, and in order to have a valid project, you need to be thinking 20 years ahead of time. You need to think about the weak signals of markets and the technologies that I can see now, and what are the risks that I'm ready to take now, because in terms of analyzing markets and technologies, we can make mistakes. And so this analysis needs to be carried out by entrepreneurs, by big industrial groups, but also at the highest level of state in France and in Europe, and that's something that's lacking. We don't have a lack of visionary entrepreneurs. I don't think we lack any the visionary big industrial groups either. But if I think of the US, where they have the Space Council with people from startups, academics, big groups, representatives from NASA, and they start asking the questions about the space services and products that we're going to have in 20 years' time. They're thinking long-term, they're thinking big, and that's something that is really lacking in Europe, thinking long-term, working with knowledge that comes from a number of different sectors, and making decisions about really investing in champions. The second thing that we're lacking, and this is really very basic, I'll give you a very clear example. So as you've understood, we do engines for capsules, and after that we're going to do rockets. So you test engines. So I need a test bench for engines. So it's been 2 years I've been fighting the region where we are in order to develop my test bench. There's nothing better than a test bench for generating jobs. So it really costs a lot of money, and once you've invested in putting it there, you don't want to go somewhere else. So we're going to create hundreds of jobs around this, and we're not going to move for the next 10, 20 years. That's clear. But we haven't been able to start building for the last 2.5 years because there's tiny little problems. We've got problems with frogs, and we've got problem with the vipers and snakes that are in the particular habitat. So we need to move them to another habitat. But if I go to Texas and I can say that I've got a daughter in Texas, after 2 months you get the permit and you create your test bench, and that is an enormous problem for industry because you invest hundreds of millions of euros in infrastructure, and we're at the mercy of the results of associations. Of course we need to respect the environment, but we need to balance this out. And this test bench is to test for the first time green engines that respect the environment more. And I can't do this because of frogs and vipers and snakes that are in the particular area where we want to build. And so we really need to have, like with airports, if you've got a project for an airport, you've got a fast track system. If you have a really super important project and you're among top startups, you need a fast pass so that your project can be dealt with very quickly. And if I can just take one more moment, the last thing I'd just like to mention is that it's important to have this strategic vision. It's important to have make it possible for land to be opened up, but it's also really important to have a European approach. I've really experienced this myself because I created our business on the same day in France and in Germany. We are the space startup in Europe that has the biggest growth. 6 months after this, we ended up with an audit about whether we were really German. The question was, in the end, they concluded that we're Franco-German. And then in France, I won't give you the name of the institution, but people say, well, she put her head office in German. She's not really French. We need to be suspicious of them. You know, Germans, they steal jobs from us. We really need not to support her because Germans steal our jobs. I've had to fight on both the German side and the French side to say that we need not to be thinking at a national level, but at a European level, or even at a global level. And that's something that we need to be doing in order to change mindsets, national mindsets. Thank you. Thank you, Helen Ubi. So we've got about 10 minutes left. I suggest that we hand over to you because around these questions of standards, these questions of reducing carbon sectors and projects to support, I imagine you've got some questions. So over to you, the man at the back there. Perhaps you could just introduce yourself. Yes, thank you. I am a teacher in a business school after 28 years of professional experience. I really love the term of reindustrialization, industrialization. Like many French people, I've experienced disindustrialization. The only thing I haven't really heard is what we do with young people in this. I love teaching. I teach international business, and I often ask students, among you young people, how many of you want to work in industry? How many of you want to innovate in industry? Is that something that seems important to you? But I'm sorry, but the answer is no. I'm for digital technology. I'm into community management. So how are we going to change mentalities? So that's a big question that I just want to throw at you, really. So how can we help young people to love industry? Send them to us, to the EDF group. And we will be delighted to have interns. The Framatome, where I come from, recruits 600 interns every year, and they discover industry. And we're really very delighted to recruit many of them. Some of them then want to go on to continue their studies. And I think it's this initiative of really wanting to open up our industries, getting people involved young. I think that's really important. So I am totally available to you. I'm very happy to help. Perhaps just to respond as well, of course we need to communicate, of course, space that makes people dream, so we really have no issue recruiting. But I think there's also something that teaching could do better. We employ Swedes, Germans, French, etc. And I like employing Germans and the Dutch and Swiss because at university they do things. They actually have practical experience. My children are in secondary school and they do things. They actually get their hands dirty, as it were. But in France we tend to just think. I have a daughter who's 11 years old, and she made her own aeroplane. And this is just a thing that she did in her school. This is something we could improve here. Of course, we need to communicate better, but perhaps French communication could also do more. Olivier Gavalda. Yes, just a few days ago, I was at an event with the École Polytechnique, and the director of this was saying that increasing numbers of students increasingly wanted to get involved in industry. So let's be optimistic about the future. I believe in it. Maya, perhaps just to give a bit of context to this question, it's really important to just be aware about what we mean by industry. I should have said this at the beginning, but we don't have time to do everything because it's worth just being careful. When we talk about industry, we're all thinking about Charlie Chaplin making cars and metallurgy. So, because the whole areas of digital technologies are producing productivity. Digital technology isn't just about community management, it's also productive. There's a whole number of areas associated with services and industry, so we just need to be careful with this categorization when we're thinking about industrialization and making it more attractive to younger generations. It's important just to bear this in mind. Thank you very much. Another question in the room? There's a man here at the back. Perhaps we could bring you a microphone. So we've got a question from a journalist. Yes, good afternoon. In terms of space technology, what you've done is really amazing in terms of making, producing a space capsule like Elon Musk. And the question would be, how much time, how far behind are we from him, and how long is it going to take us for us to catch up on Elon Musk, to be able to take off a rocket, and maybe even 5 rockets every X number of months? How are we going to catch up? How long is it going to take us? And has Europe got the resources to do it? Make Europe great again. There's the cap. Helen, over to you. So I would not have founded the exploration company in Europe if I wasn't really confident that we could catch up here. The example I give is an example of Airbus, which was a long way behind Boeing. There was a first phase of technological catch-up and then technological innovation with the A320, which revolutionized the way we make airplanes. So I hope we're in this catch-up phase. We need to be clear. The objective we've got is that we need to go faster. We need to double our speed. We need to double our financing. I said we've got no problem with money, but the truth is the people we're competing with have almost infinite money. So Europe really needs to take seriously the questions of finance, and we need to build alliances with the Middle East, which lacks skills but doesn't lack financing. So first of all, there's this catch-up phase. That's what we've tried to do with the capsule. If we do a rocket next year, of course it will be reusable. And second, we're thinking about the product for 20 years' time. Is Starship the right product? Well, I'm not sure about that. In 10 years' time, if we have a revolutionary product that's different from Starship, then we perhaps have some opportunities to win. It's a small chance, so we really need to go for it very seriously. And all partners really need to work together with the state. So I'm really expecting a lot from the summit on space. But there is an opportunity there. And you're really going to make the most of this opportunity, I believe. Thank you, Hélène. We've got just time for 1 or 2 more questions. Over to you, sir. Thank you. I'm Pierre-Alexis. I'm a business leader. Mrs. Ubi, you talked about the cost of employment. You talked about a French engineer or a European engineer costing a third of the American engineer costs. But what about other competitors, India and China, in terms of is the cost of employment in France should be covered around this question of reindustrialization? Perhaps I could answer in a very personal manner in terms of our business. We are in a very privileged situation because the technologies that we are using are not going to serve the Russian market, but the Indian market. So we're not in direct competition with Chinese technologies. Our professions are also very technical, so we have people who've been trained for 10 or 15 years by other people. And how do we keep them? So our salary policy at the beginning was to not pay lots of money but give a lot of shares, a little stock, and now we're transforming our approach and we're paying slightly over the market because people are working really hard. They have skills that are sometimes unique. I have people of whom there are 10 of them in the world that have these skills. These are people I can't lose, and so it's really important to keep them. And also because when we build a space vessel, it's not a 6-month project. This is a 5 or 6 year project. And so we can't have key people leaving during development, so perhaps we're in a privileged position because other industries are facing much more significant direct competition. I think that's one of the reasons I have hope in Europe, because SpaceX is a lot cheaper than us, but they pay their employees. If I pay someone from SpaceX. They receive 300,000 in shares at SpaceX, and that doubles every year with SpaceX. But we pay them a lot less here in Europe. But I really hope that we're able to keep people, and I think if we keep going that way, there will be a change in the situation. Philippe Setbon, perhaps I could just answer your question without really going to the heart of the question. First of all, what I can see is that production systems, from the moment that there's a kind of flexibility, they can adapt to all levels of variables so that they stay stable. This is true for the exchange rate, for fiscality, and also the cost of work. This can change if there's clear visibility. That's the first answer I would give. And the second response, and this is the answer I just give as a French and European citizen, and a way associate this question of employment, we should perhaps think about the quantity of work. In terms of employment cost, we need to think about the quantity of work. Maya, just one minute just to conclude. It's impossible to conclude because we've had a really rich discussion, I think, despite the heat. Thank you to each of them. I just want to come back to 3 points that have been underlined. First of all, the importance of the product. There's no point helping with money if there's no entrepreneurs behind this who have a clear vision of their product and market. The second thing that's said is the importance of skills. It's human resources, human capital. We need to train people. We need to make these jobs attractive. It's the people behind this that's really important. The third thing is that we're not looking for aid and money from the state. It's a good thing because there isn't any at the moment. But what we're looking from the state is a flexible regulatory context which is safe and which supports the ecosystem with local commitments and different players. Thank you very much to our 5 speakers. Thank you. Good afternoon, all of you.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for attending this 34th edition of the Rencontres économiques d'Aix-en-Provence that are called allowing for fair access to care. So I would like to introduce the speakers for this roundtable. I'm going to start with Pierre-Yves Joffard. You're a professor of economics and researcher at the CNRS and member of the Cercle des économistes. You're a specialist of anything that is linked to economy and health. Next to you, Florence Lussmann. You're the president of France Assureur. This is a federation that regroups all the companies that do insurance for healthcare payments and payment bills, and you can insure anyone from architects to companies like AXA or Allianz. Next to you, Etienne Tichit, you're the general director of Novo Nordisk in France. Novo Nordisk is a pharmaceutical lab from Danish origin. It's usually one of the major players in the world on this sector with 40 billion turnover last year. Your favorite, your most popular drug is for people who are obese, and it's available in France for the last few months. Or Vandine, you're Secretary of State for the Ministry of Health at Cambodia. You started your career as a nurse before you became a doctor, and you completed your training at the University of Yale in the USA. You've just published a book telling your fight against COVID. The vaccination plan in Cambodia was qualified as an impressive success by the WHO, despite the difficulty to access very far in areas in the country. And then Adja Idrissa Ba, you are the president of the NGO that from Guinea, where you're from. Impact Jeunesse is the name of your NGO. And you live between France, Guinea, and Belgium, and you're aiming at improving the access to education and healthcare to this African youth that you became the ambassador today. Before we hear you out on those questions of fairness in terms of health, I give the floor to Pierre-Yves Joffard for a quick introduction. Thank you. Thank you very much to all of you for being here. I have a tough competition as an economist. I like competition, but sometimes it's hard to compete. We're going to try to talk with a very interesting topic. So thank you for choosing this session. We're going to talk about fairness in the access to healthcare. What does it mean? It means that each person who needs care and for whom medicine exists, they can have access to that. And it remains a challenge. It is a challenge in each country, each and every country, and at the international level. At the level of each country, what could come up as a problem? The first one could be the financial cost of the medicine. In many countries, it's patients who pay for the medicine, and for some patients who are less wealthy, it could present in itself a difficulty to have access to healthcare. Second reason that could be detrimental is the distance that you have between getting to care. So even in rich countries, even if with privileged populations, there's some medical deserts, some places where it's difficult to find an appointment with a professional of the health sector. And it's nothing to do with money, but it's for another reason. Then there's a third reason that we tend to overlook. It's the social inequalities and sometimes the cultural barriers in access to healthcare. Some populations, for example, can express or feel that there's disconnected culturally, and it's not necessarily easy. It could be some for linguistic issues, and there are many studies that show that sometimes it's also a question of confidence in the healthcare system. For many populations that are culturally, sociologically far away from the healthcare system, the trust in the healthcare system is not at all given, and it could be coming across as a barrier. This element is particularly important when you think about prevention. For example, social inequalities in health are everywhere in the world, and they're very present in the access to care. But if we go back to a country like France, the financial barriers are limited, but to have access to prevention, we see some very strong social inequalities. And there's a paradox here because the politicians of public policy, they often the policies are often more effective with the most privileged populations who have a higher economic and background, and who also have more education. Unfortunately, it can also reinforce the inequalities there. So this paradox is found at the national level, is amplified at the international level, because the differences between the income is larger, and we have strong inequalities within each country, and we should not forget that. Even in countries of development that is less than France or other Western countries, we have population that can afford medicine, but some that can't. So we have very big inequalities. Sometimes history as well weighs in the choice. Some countries have been submitted to war or natural hazards, and it has affected the healthcare infrastructure. In some countries, with the higher or lower wage level, it's also about having access to the latest medicine, to the latest treatments, and we've seen that historically in the last 40 years in access for the HIV treatment. Some questions, these drugs were developed, but they were not necessarily accessible in as quickly as they should have been in some countries who needed it the most. So this issue is coming up again on the agenda, with the strong drop of the subsidies from the US to some programs that we know saved many lives. I remind you that there's an article, a recent article in the Lancet, that evaluates the cost of the stop of the USAID by the Trump administration to 14 million lives. So the fact that this program has been stopped by the Trump administration has been evaluated by researchers that it's going to cause 14 million people dying in the world. That's what it's about as well when we're talking about access to innovation and to the cost of new drugs. Of course, when we talk about the set of countries in the world and we talk about the healthcare infrastructure, sometimes we see some healthcare systems for primary care or first aid that some of those centers are hard to maintain as well throughout the whole territory. So there's some differences even within the same country. So there are many questions to discuss. We're going to try to discuss as many as we can. We have a very rich panel, very diversified panel. So we're going to try to use this diversity to produce at least some interesting questions and hopefully some answers. Thank you, Pierre-Yves. Florence Lussmann, we're going to start this roundtable. I'd like to know your feeling about the access to care in France. In the White Book that was prepared before the presidential election, the part that people still have to pay for the medicine was one of the best in the world. Only 7% is the share that they have to pay. But this number is probably masking some difficulties of access to medicine for many of our citizens. Can you tell us exactly who and what role can an insurer play to make sure to mitigate that? Hello. Yes, in France we have, as you know, a dual system with social security that offers the basis of protection to the whole of the population. And then, as a complement, historically, we have what we call some healthcare packages, additional package, where people can have, and they're adapted to the needs of the population. So it could be individual people that get the insurance, or for us, for our members, it's half of the turnover that is made by individuals, and the other half is made by companies. So this is the collective insurance for those of us who are in a company, those of the people who are in a company, they benefit from the same coverage for disease and prevention, etc. So that's how it works in our country. In total, we have the rest to pay that is from one of the lowest one, the copay, which one of the lowest one in the OECD countries. These complementary package are very good for 3 risks because the social security gave them to us to deal with. We reimburse 44% of teeth, dentistry, of also audio system devices, and 66% of glasses and anything that is linked to optical. And we have 100% health with a bunch of different treatments that was completely drafted, like many things in the field of health, by the Ministry of Health. If you sign up in this logic of 100% health, you don't have anything to pay. It's all taken care of. So it's a goal that is constantly updated and we're trying to, as much as we can, to reduce the rest to pay. So what situation are we in today? Are the French people happy with their healthcare system, with their access to care? Not at all. The answer is not at all, because we have 87% of the citizens who live in medical deserts. What does that mean, a medical desert? It's a place where you don't find any doctors. I like the barometer created by AXA and the work stoppages. They study, for example, when people go on sick leave in France. The employees who live in medical deserts, they have less sick leave, short-term sick leave, but they have more long-term sick leave because they're diagnosed later, so they have disease that are more advanced, that are progressed more, and their sick leave is going to last longer. So we see that it has very concrete consequences. It's not just because people don't have access to medical skills, but it's just the numbers prove that it's a real problem. So you talked about our white book. We have worked a lot with all the stakeholders of the health sector, with patients to begin with. The major challenges that we face today is access to care, but also the healthcare journey. So even for those who have access to care, there's a complete inequality in the treatments, that some of them are really complicated and some are easier. And that because it has to comply with the quality standards that are identified by the High Authority of Health in France. The third challenge for us is prevention. I fully agree with what you said, Pierre-Yves. Today, access to prevention is not spread out because our healthcare system was not built that way. It's a system that aims at curing, not at preventing. So we prevent for natural hazards. Whatever the risk is, I can tell you, to convince people to do prevention, they need to have an immediate return. The one immediate result could be the fear of avoiding something worse. So it's like on the road, we can avoid deadly accidents by reducing the speed limits. But if we tell people you'll live longer if you do prevention with your health, it doesn't work. So I get back to this maybe later. If we talk about the solutions, we really need to integrate the person, the patient, and it's not a patient at this point. They're not yet sick when our members need to get prevention. But we need to integrate the fact that to convince them, they need to have a reward, a short-term reward for their investment in time, if not in money, that they make on their prevention insurance. So that's where we're at in France today. To illustrate what Florence Lussmann said, there's a pathology that you know well. At Novo Nordisk is obesity. You put onto market 2 drugs that we talked about, Ozempic, one of them. It's an anti-diabetic, and the Vecomi, and its option for people who are suffering from obesity or overweight. You said obesity is a societal disease, and the access to care is not well anticipated enough by public authorities. So can you explain to us why, and why in this particular case, why we really need prevention? Thank you. First of all, I would like to give you the landscape of Novo Nordisk. We're held by a Danish foundation, and we're a pharmaceutical lab. We've been looking into chronic pathology, diabetes, and more recently, for the last 15 years, obesity. So when we look at the challenges that we're facing, the global challenge is 1.5 billion people who are suffering from obesity in the world. In 15 to 20, we're talking about 4.5 million people. So that means that we're facing a huge challenge for all of us and for the healthcare system, for the insurers, a challenge which is chronic disease. And all the pathologies are getting more and more chronic. When now we develop a cancer, it's not only an acute treatment, it's all this becomes chronic. So the question that is on the table is: are the public authorities and all the reimbursement system, is it all thought in order to with keeping in mind what is anticipated to happen in the next 15 to 20 years? There's a challenge with numbers to begin with. When I tell you 4 billion people, you could tell me, oh, you can live with diabetes or obesity. Well, that leads to many other pathology that are going to degrade your body. So there's vascular risk. It can be improved. It can be prevented. There's a risk for to have kidney failure. The prospects of having a dialysis for the health is hard to put in place. And particularly for the patient, for the person who's affected in the first place, it means that their quality is going to be reduced. So if you look at all the organs that are affected by chronic pathologies of cardiometabolic diseases, it's a big challenge. It's an industrial challenge as well, because we need to generate innovations and with therapeutic visits, and we need to be able to scale up some devices of protection. And production, we have difficulty sometimes to obtain the treatment and the medicine on top of having access to the doctor, and this is a big challenge for us. It's also a challenge for the public authorities, because if we look at the public accounts, even, we have 66% of the health spending, which are focused on about 40% of people, of the population who have chronic diseases. So 40 people, 126 billion. These are big numbers to digest for public spending. And we worked on the obesity part more particularly, and we see that in France, and this is really clear: 12.7 billion for the social security, and 9 billion for the employment and access to employment because of that. So the whole bill is 23 billion. So if we don't do anything, the cost of inaction, if we don't do anything about it, is 24 billion in France. And the question is, can we activate public policies of healthcare that are more efficient? Yes, by integrating more innovation. We're going to talk about the solutions right after. And one of the solutions is to activate prevention and not to be dogmatic on the topic, but to be pragmatic in a way to put in place prevention in all the regions. Dr. Van Dien, the issues that you have in Cambodia are not comparable to those that affect France. The health system in your country, which is still a developing country, and it is really showing a lot of inequalities of access to treatment and medicine, particularly in big cities, and the copay that is up to 60%. So can you explain to us briefly the challenges that you're facing at the moment at the Ministry of Health of Cambodia, and tell us how you're intending at the horizon to 2030 to put in place a coverage, medical coverage that is universal, that you still don't have in your country.
For the floor and the opportunity to speak and to share about the Cambodian healthcare system. As you may know, that Cambodia developed the healthcare system since the scratch. After 1979, we have only less than 50 healthcare professional survival from the Khmer Rouge killing field. Okay? Yeah. So I just give a little bit that you can know. And over the past 2 decades, we have seen the incremental of the life expectancy to 74 years in 2024, up from the 12 years in 1979. And the significant reduction of the maternal mortality rate, infant mortality rate, child mortality rate, and neonatal mortality rate. It's really dramatically increased, as highlighted in the Cambodia Health Demographic Health Survey in 2022. And these improvements are linked to the better immunization as well as the expansion of the healthcare service delivery in Cambodia, including the implementation of the Health Equity Fund and also the National Social Security Fund. And the National Social Security Fund covers the health benefit for the people, and also giving the opportunity for the health services, including the maternity, benefit about 2.7 million people, costing about $574 million annually that the government paid. Okay, yeah, paid. And quality improvement in the health services also include the community engagement and integrating the technology into the implementation of the primary health care booster implementation framework. That the acronym is the PHC-BIF. Okay, yeah. So, in line with the Royal Government of Cambodia vision, we aim to achieve the universal health coverage by 2035. And this universal health coverage target 80% of the population covered by the social health protection, and 80% of the population receive the health services. It means that we expand the health services to cover the population about 80% by 2035. Last but not least is to reduce the out-of-pocket payment to 35% from 60% as estimated or reported in the WHO documentation, but we try to do this comparing to the total expenditure of the population. So we are in the crucial point in accelerating the implementation of the PHC-BIF, because there are two arms. One arm is the improving the health service delivery at the community level, and the other arm is about the encouraging the community participation, including the local community accountability and engagement, which before we have not done that so much yet. But now we are trying to do that. So our PHC-BIF aim for the healthcare improvement and quality, including the access to the rural population, meaning that we think about the people center, equitable, and also they integrated to tackle the risk of the non-communicable disease, which accounted for about 60% of the total deaths in Cambodia. Okay, yeah. So I think despite our progress, but the challenge remains. One is the urban-rural disparity, and that continues to impact the healthcare access, and about more than 64% of the total population living in the suburban area. So the access to the rural healthcare facility need the enhancement. And urban centers often have the advanced technology and better facility, while some rural areas lack the basic services, equipment, and trained professionals. Therefore, improving rural health infrastructure, basic equipment, and engaging community will help to bridge this gap. And many health centers in Cambodia meet the national standard. However, upgrade and renovation are still necessary and is underway right now. We are doing that. Learning from the COVID-19 pandemic, building resilient our healthcare system is also crucial, especially in the emergency, control and prevention of the infectious diseases, while expanding care and prevention for NCD. We are strengthening also the public health laboratory and enhancing inter-sectoral coordination, including One Health approach, to create a robust response framework. According to the WHO, as I mentioned earlier, that 60% of the health expenditure come out from the pocket, okay, out of the pocket payment. And Cambodia addressed this by using the scheme such as the Health Equity Fund, and also the free exemption for the poor on the spot, mainly on the healthcare facility, that can help for the poor and vulnerable group. Over 3 million of the Cambodians benefit from this scheme. Another promising step is the expansion of the National Health Security Fund to cover both formal and informal workers, and the rollout of the cash transfer for the pregnant women, including the children under 2. And this is the key initiative that link the social protection and health in Cambodia. But broader integration and scalability remain our priority. Talking about the healthcare workforce, okay? We seen the increasing the number of our healthcare. Over 30,000 professionals from less than, as I said, 50 survival after liberation in 1979. And more than half of them work at the sub-national level, okay? And especially at the health center located in the community. And increasing number of the healthcare workers is essential for us right now. And the ratio in 2024 increased from 20 to 28.8 per 10,000 population. We invest in training, digital innovation, allowance incentive, and capacity development to support our healthcare workers in the remote area. Another point is the strengthening the referral system from the health center to the referral hospital, especially to reduce the challenge for the emergency care, as well as the delay of the maternity care, and especially with the northeast part of the countries. Digital tools enhance the quality of diagnosis access in remote area, while we learn by doing it with an inclusive and straightforward tool. So in conclusion, Cambodia is at a defining moment in its healthcare sector transformation. We are making a steady stride toward universal health coverage by promoting the primary healthcare booster implementation, reforming our healthcare financing, and building a resilient health system, including promoting equitable access for health for all. So thank you very much.
Merci, docteur. Adja Idrissa.
Thank you, Dr. Sava. The words carry hope for Cambodia and its population. You were born in West Africa, in Guinea, and your population was close to that, but the situation is disastrous. The counter has no fewer than 6 borders with 6 different states and is at the heart of intense migratory flow that is accelerating the propagation of epidemics. So tell us about how the Guineans, and in particular young people, do to find healthcare when they can. Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. So to talk about the health situation in Guinea, I'm going to go straight to the heart of the matter because, as you've just mentioned, in the name of all of the young Guineans present here today, I can speak for them. In Guinea, unfortunately, we're still complaining about total inaccessibility to health infrastructures. And there are certain health centers that are built by the state
Some were also built thanks to aid from international institutions. But here I'm talking about remote villages where the prefecture of the state does not have the means to build health centers, where we don't have more than 2,000 people in a village. So it's practically impossible to build health centers in villages where there are not more than 2,000 inhabitants. So imagine how many villages lack healthcare centers. Imagine how many women get pregnant and don't have access to competent staff for the birth, who die in childbirth and who can't get cesareans. I know I'm talking about Guinea, but when we're talking about access to healthcare, Guinea and France, Guinea and Europe, Guinea and the world are all have a common denominator. We're all human beings. And today, I'm here to talk to you about these situations because, unfortunately, we have learnt about the total disinterest of the United States, their withdrawal from the funds they were using within the scope of US aid. And our countries are faced with a lot of diseases, in particular malaria, AIDS, sexually transmittable diseases. We also have certain diseases where trypanosotia, which 15 or 20% of the Guinean population are affected by. So these millions of victims will be part of the country Africans because it is the African countries that have this the most. So let's speak about Guinea once more. We have a budget from the Ministry of Health. It's not more than 6%. So can a Minister of Health that doesn't have at least 10% of the budget of the National Assembly, how can this ministry meet all of these needs? How can this ministry get medication or screening tools? And when the United States withdraw with sexually transmitted disease, if we don't screen for that, for cancer, for diabetes, all of these diseases, it will become, things will scale up even further and people will die. So this is the situation, especially with regard to medication, because women also are faced with the inaccessibility of contraception. So it's also complex. With the withdrawal of the United Nations, it's becoming more and more complicated, especially with the decrease of public aid from Europe. So the associations, the hospitals, health centers and states are facing many difficulties due to these different foreign policies. We can see the problems of access to healthcare are very different across the world. So whether you're distant or not from universal coverage systems managed by public and private sectors, and also depending on the state or element of the questions. Dr. Van Deel, you talked to us about your roadmap for 2035. Could you illustrate a specific point of your battle, in particular your battle against counterfeited medicines, which I think in your country is a real problem?
Question regarding the substandard and falsified medicine. But before talking about that, I would like to talk about the how we can make our healthcare system more effective. Okay? So first, we must strengthen our primary health care. Sorry. As the foundation to reach the universal health coverage, ensuring the services are people-centered, accessible, and equitable, as I highlighted earlier. These include the investing in health workforce capacity, improving infrastructure, enhancing essential service delivery at the community level. Right now, we are focusing pretty much more on expanding the health services at the tertiary healthcare level, mainly at the community level. So we have like 1,305 health centers. So now we are improving, including health infrastructure services, expanding the services to cover the hypertension and also the diabetes patient before they have to come to the capital, to the provincial town or to the capital city in order to receive the medicine. But right now, they can access the medicine at the community level where it's near to their house. Okay? So that is one to promote the equitable access to healthcare in Cambodia. Second, the effective governance and accountability mechanism are crucial to optimize resource use and ensure quality. This is we strengthen also the accountability not only from the health structure but also the local community and community itself, including the health center management committee and the village health support group, that they are key in achieving bringing the people from the community to link with the health center. Number three, integrating the digital solution and robust health information system can improve efficiency and decision making. So that right now we are promoting and improving, even looking at introducing learning by doing some or selected digital tools that our primary healthcare facility, they can also adapt, learn by doing at the same time. Number four, it's sustainable health financing. This is, we are implementing and expanding the coverage for the National Social Security Fund and also the Health Equity Fund, plus the fee exemption at the healthcare facility, which only the Health Equity Fund and National Social Security Fund cover up to now 7 million of the total population, comparing to total population of Cambodia, 17 million. We are right now still expanding, okay, work in progress, and hoping by 2035, we are able to reach, as I highlighted, 80% of the population receive that. Number five, strengthening the service delivery require integrated model, focusing on the preventive, promotive, palliative care, including the rehabilitative, and especially for the vulnerable and underserved population. One of the good lesson learned is right now we are working with the local community, try to search for the people who are unable to pay, but they sick, but they are not going to the health center. Then each village, they have to make sure that no one left behind. And now we are doing that. And hoping that by doing together with the local community, then we are able to really helping the vulnerable and the poor population as well. Finally, community engagement and health education is very essential. We should not neglect about that. And it's kind of boosting the knowledge. I may say that health literacy, boosting health literacy of our population, that they can shift their focus from the cure to prevention. That's why right now we are promoting the prevention rather than cure. People often, they said that I don't care about my sickness, I care about my business. If I get sick, I can have my doctor to cure me. If the doctor cannot cure me, it's the problem of the doctor, something like that. But right now we have to shift the way of thinking and promote their better understanding to buy the health prevention rather than treatment, okay? So this is a more effective, the way that we see. So inclusion, a more effective healthcare system built on equity, resilience, efficiency, sustainability principle with leave no one behind. Talking, I have time, right? Talking about the substandard and falsified medicine, because of the time, we can talk about this subject for the whole day, because this is a complex issue, and we need the local, regional, and international collaboration in order to tackle this issue. And I would like to move straight forward to the action that we are doing right now. One is the revised drug law and other related legal documents. Number 2, promote online registration of drugs by improving the Cambodia pharmaceutical registration system and updating the registration procedure and required document. Improve and expand the inspection activity with law enforcement. Strengthen the regional coordination, especially with the bordering country. Build capacity in detecting, reporting, and response. This is very important. And enhance and promote regular conduct of post-marketing inspection. We are doing that a lot right now. Yeah. Share information is very important also. We can share among the region, among from country to country, that we can work together. Enhance quality control capacity in collaboration with WHO Collaborating Center. Last but not least, we have to raise the awareness among the public about the substandard and falsified medicine that they can also report to the Ministry of Health through our hotline system 115, including working together with the custom and other regulatory authority that we can control the border and as well as the substandard and falsified medicine. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Adja Idrissa-Ba, votre ONG Impact Jeunesse fait un gros travail à prendre leur destin.
Saja, you're in Guinea. We want to take advantage of your presence in Aix to launch a call for donations to people in charge of hospitals or clinics, structures related to the world of health that are participating in these rencontres. What do you need? What equipment do you need? And material to transfer things from France to Guinea. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. So why I'm taking advantage of this opportunity to issue this request is because we want the young people want to stay in Guinea. We know what's happening today with migrants. So I'm taking advantage of the opportunity when I speak of the problems that we can find to see if we can find solutions with the help of people with goodwill and health centers and hospitals here. Because as I speak to you in my own village, there is not one hospital bed that will allow women to give birth. And the number of women and young people who've migrated to come to Belgium or France or to the United States. And the first reason is because we don't have any access to health care and certainly not in a fair and equitable way. So we need beds, we need equipment, health kits. If you have access to screening tools, AIDS screening tools, because it's very costly for us, medication, paracetamol, if we can mobilize all of this, we can put it in a container and take it and share it among the villages so that the village girls can use it. Equip the hospitals that have been built by the communities, because most of the hospitals are built by the communities. And therefore, more concretely, I'm launching this appeal to all hospitals and healthcare centers and people of goodwill who were ready to support this type of initiative to save lives in the world. Thank you. Florence Lessman, what can you advise to her? You know a lot of people. So let's come back to France for a moment. Among the obstacles in France, there is health data. You say that the argumentation in France is very constraining on the subject and that patient data is highly protected by the Social Security and that it slows down the transfer of information to private insurers. But technically and legally, is it possible to do better today without betraying the medical secret and the respect of private life, which is owed to the French? So yes, indeed, why do we raise this question? Because we can see that our healthcare system is, running out of breath, and we're talking about the deficit that will exceed 20 million euros for the Social Security in 2025. So the system is no longer sustainable. There are certain things that we can do. I would say that the two main avenues to improvement are innovation on the one side, and, by the way, I always say that thanks to the savings that you trust us with, and this saving is invested in 20% in companies, and in particular in the world of health innovation. So there's innovation on one side and there's prevention on the other. And then there's what we should do and which should be imposed to everybody. It is to fight against fraud, because nobody would be losing. There would be no reduction of reimbursements for anyone. Only the frauders, who sometimes are organized from abroad, And to do this, we must have access to a minimum amount of data concerning the type of care that people ask to be reimbursed. So the frauders, fraud social security, and the health insurances. We've assessed the potential of fraud that we could recover if we had access to a little bit more data. It is 2.7 billion. And of course, for the social security, it's a lot more. So today, I can see a schizophrenia between, on the one hand, this need we have of fighting against fraud, but also medical innovations, which are absolutely extraordinary, and which are almost all based on the use of data. And as we're talking about health, on the other hand, we have GDPR regulations, etc., which forbid the use of this data. Whereas in France, we have health data registers, which are very rich, but we can't access. And when I say health data, it's not medical health data as such. So, for example, the correction of my glasses is data that is not accessible to my health insurer, even though I provide my consent. So beyond this topic of fraud, which is very important because we can see that the amounts are absolutely staggering, I think that there is a big challenge in our country around prevention. Of course, we have to make people want to engage in preventive medicine. And what Pierre-Yves was saying is that it's always the same people who have an appetite for prevention. They're those that have the less risky driving attitudes and have access to preventive mechanisms. The interest that we can present as health insurers as compared to social security is that we can speak to the people we insure every day if we want. So 96% of the French population is covered by health insurance. Complementary health insurance. So it's practically everybody. It's not 100%, but 96%. If we could, through the follow-up of our insurees, those who never go to see the doctor, never go to the dentist, we could send them personal messages. That's the first point, is to find these populations where they are, which for their own reasons, and Pierre-Yves mentioned a certain number of these, but actually don't have any medical consumption. Some overconsume, but others have no consumption. And the second tool, which has proven its efficiency throughout the world, except of course in France because we haven't implemented it, is valid for all risks. And that's what I was saying earlier on. People must have immediate feedback after preventive action. What we suggest is that in the complementary health insurance contracts, that there be a reimbursement bonus for patients who engage in preventive medicine, who respect the recommendations from the High Authority of Health, because unfortunately these recommendations are not necessarily followed by prescribing physicians. So I think we need these two things. We need to have access to data, but we must also make patients, and above all those who are not yet ill, to consider their health as a real personal capital. And as complementary health insurers, we can help them to grow this health capital, their own health capital, so that they can live longer, but above all in better health. You were talking about innovative medication, and we'd like to hear you on this subject. These medications are very costly, at least far more costly than standard treatments. In France, should we revisit the way that these medications are reimbursed and imagine other reimbursement methods than those that exist today? Well, the first thing is that what you're qualifying of costly or not is something that we could debate about in a session. What is important for me is the health value. So the first thing, and I will submit a paradox to you, only innovation is economic. Today, you choose your practitioner, you choose a treatment that is modern, innovative, rather than stacking up old molecules, and you will have a far greater impact on your health. Today, we can prevent cardiovascular risks, heart attacks, vascular accidents. We can prevent the decline of kidneys or fatty liver, and this is something that affects 5 million people. And so today, if we can look after this with one molecule, you can have an impact on practically your entire body. And so this is what we need to look at. It's not really the cost. The question is the health benefit higher than what we've had in the past? So yes, I will come back to this paradox that, might mean something to you. I heard only quality is economic. That's what I was told at the time, a very long time ago when I started out on my career. Today we say only innovation is economic. And on the question that you were mentioning regarding preventive medicine, I think that there's a lot of work to be done on two aspects: finance innovation, and on the other hand, to invest in prevention. So it seems simple, but like this, we carry this out into the territory. So we're trying to prototype a prevention option around Strasbourg, the metropolis of Strasbourg, 30 towns with the public authorities. This is a public-private associative approach. We've identified 6 places where we had to intervene. And in these 6 places, we say, what type of intervention should we bring? Is it food banks? Is it with sports health? What do we need to set up in order to prevent diseases? And going to, already talk to young children in schools, and we've intervened so that fruits and vegetables were used in schools. So we tried to prototype inventions that are rooted in the territories and that are co-funded. In Strasbourg, we have 15 or 16 partners. It's an alliance of skills. And in this alliance of skills, we have, once again, the public-private associative world, the health experts in the university hospital. And this is what we must create also. It's the model that we're familiar with in Denmark, because once again, we're a Danish company. And it is this model that we're familiar with in Denmark, where prevention is carried by towns and communes. And this is a capacity of jurisdiction that is important. It's impossible today to imagine a preventive healthcare system that is carried by healthcare players that are not there, not available. And when we talk about medical deserts, that are not in the right place. So it is a jurisdiction in Denmark that has been positioned at the level of the communes. So we could talk, this affects all aspects, not just diabetes and obesity, but we're talking about ergonomy, aging better, the risks of falls. We're looking at global prevention, and the model is in the territories, and that's what we believe in. That's what we're trying to develop for 5 years now in Strasbourg. We have 800 children that come into the program every year, and we will measure the health benefits. We will be able to give you figures to tell you how much we can bring down the plagues of diabetes and obesity. Innovation is key, because once again, innovation carries the hope to prevent other diseases. Obesity gives rise to 18 different diseases. So by treating obesity, you manage 18 other diseases. You prevent them from appearing. You prevent people from having to have dialysis. So this would be a contract that would improve health for everybody. Thank you very much for this broad international panorama. We've traveled far and wide on these health issues. We can take a few very quick, short questions, 1 or 2 maybe. Yes, hello. Thank you for these presentations. I would like to talk about the offensive point of the Trump's American administration around what you said, the de-investment from the WTO, which is devastating, but more practically, the price of medication, drugs in the United States. If they lower the prices of drugs in the States, would it destabilize the systems which allow certain low-revenue companies to access medication at a lower cost? And does the industry have alternative solutions to mitigate this threat, which could be a heavy threat for United States, Europe, and third countries? I'm not going to digress on the subject. It's a very important topic, so thank you. I think that there is one point that concerns all of the pharmaceutical drug industry today, and I think public authorities in all countries should take this on board, in particular in Europe. It's that today the United States fund research. And the question is, how can we in Europe manage to have a united Europe, a Europe around medication and health that can come together around this question? And I think that's the real challenge, and we need to find the keys so that Europe takes the lead once again. We have brains, we have expertise. Our research, when we place it in hospitals, we also fund hospitals by setting up these research programs. So we must work hand in hand to succeed. And in France, we are investing massively. I have 45 people who I've brought in since January 2024 to defend research in France for chronic diseases. So we're working with institutions, and the challenge is to manage to fund research supported in Europe, to have a strong Europe, and to manage to be less dependent on funding of innovation by the United States. So I'm afraid that we have no more time. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Bien, bonjour.
Hello, hello everyone. It's nearly the end of this clash of realities that we're discussing at X today. We have a half hour ahead of us, and our guest can agree to disagree. The topic is AI, engine of transitions, and we have with us Lauriane Ancenis, who's a partner and in charge of tech and data for the firm Sherman in Paris, AO and Sherman, sorry, and Olivier Girard, who's the director of Accenture for the EMEA operations, president of Accenture France. Hello, Olivier. So you both know well the topic, and when we prepared it, we wondered how we're going to talk about that. The engine of transitions, engineering the transitions. So how can we harness those technologies that even if we talk about AI, and we've done that for quite a while, it's in the last 2-3 years, it's been really accelerating. And this is probably one of the technologies who's been the quickest one to be adopted by the larger audience. And everybody's adopting it. Of course, it consumes a lot of energy. And are we using it for the right reasons? That's the question that everybody can ask us. And up to when this acceleration is going to transform us and transform the world. That's a topic that we talk about it every day. It's one of the strategic priorities. And I don't think Olivier will prove me wrong, of companies and maybe of states as well. It's a topic of global competition, economic competition. It's a topic of sovereignty, and it's also a very strong geopolitical focus, because Vladimir Putin said one day that those who will dominate AI will dominate the world. So it's a major stake for our future. So to launch the debate, I would like to ask you both, before we talk about the regulation, which is going to keep us busy for a while, what do you think on this acceleration? Do you think it's an endless acceleration? Because they sell us a lot of dreams with AI. They tell us that the JI, the famous AI, that will be the super intelligence, and there are many crazy scientists or people, geeks from the Silicon Valley, who tweet crazy things saying it's going to be there in 1 year, it's going to be there in 6 months. The super intelligent is going to replace humans. Are we not really dealing with fake news that are just aiming at raising money and catching people? Olivier, first of all, I would like to thank all of those who are here withstanding the heat to listen to us, and thank you to all of you. We're going to try to be up to the debate. I think we're at the beginning of the story. In each technological disruption, we overestimate the year 1 or year 2 of the disruption and underestimating year 5 or 6. And I think that's where we're at now. We feel like everything's going to change, and then what is the return on investment? What is really going on? Blah, 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 blah. And what is sure is there's an appetite that is different from what happened in the past, coming from the politicians and the world leaders. Today, it's really the leaders who harnessed it, because they understand that they can. They're really interested in this change of paradigm. Maybe they're surprised by the fact that their own employees use it, the shadow AI. Some people use them without the boss knowing about it. Yes, a lot of employees use the most generic AI, not to quote it, at least once a day. So. And even though the company is regulated and secure and all that. So there's a very strong appetite for that. And at the same time, we see that there's a difficulty because the foundations for the AI to work are not always there. We need clouds. We need a sovereign cloud sometimes to manage the data. We need a governance. We need to have a legally responsible framework. We need to have the dialogue, a social dialogue in place. We need to train the employees. We need, there's lots and lots of things to do to make sure that the conditions are all met and that we have the full explosion of, and what is happening with this hype, this Gartner curve of hype. Let's get back down to the reality, because that's what we're about. So here, Lauriane, are we being sold a dream, or are we really past the glass ceiling? Thank you for this question. I would like to start by telling you a side note. OpenAI announced in 2025 having neutralized about 18 operations malware that were trying to deviate the use of ChatGPT for scam purposes or disinformation or malware. So first of all, I would like to highlight the fact that beyond the speed that you mentioned, this duality, because there's an AI that is it AI for good or AI for bad? It's a reality that adoption of AI is happening very fast. As a lawyer's firm, we're in the middle of it, and we decided to adopt an assistant on a daily basis to really unlock it and to take it to the next step to address the needs of our clients. We also adopted a tool of our own AI, contract metrics, which allow us to write some contracts and being more agile. So we are part of this world of speed and with the emergence of the AI tools. And we can see that this duality is everywhere, and that the European legislators wanted to address the speed of light that is going at by the AI regulation, the famous AI Act. Excellent transition, because that was my second question. In this race between the US and China, Trump is in Stargate, 60 billion supposedly to build data centers everywhere, even if he has to use coal to feed them. China was sending back to him DeepSeek. DeepSeek is a model that would only have cost a few millions, maybe a dozen of million, compared to the significant investments that we had to make for ChatGPT. And Europe in the middle is just busy regulating. So once more, in this race for time, we're going to be losing, because Europe again was late with internet, the first generations of internet, 1.0, 2.0, I don't know how many zero at now. And with AI, it's going to be the same story. So we regulate. We start by regulating while others create and invent. And bingo, a few days ago, well, yesterday, 50 European companies, industries, and not to say the least, Mistral, the French champion, Dassault System, ASEM, that makes chips. And you'll find the article in La Tribune if you're interested. So my question, Lauriane, is today, is there a movement of revolt from the business world to please let us work before you go ahead and regulate? And the European Commission that was called by these 50 company leaders for a moratorium, they say, no delay, we're going to implement this regulation right now. So maybe we need to put it back in context for this moratorium. In fact, the regulation on AI should apply by batches, depending on the obligations of the types of IA that you're talking about. So we have an app an application of the text that is depending on the type of IA. If you talk about the forbidden AI, the regulation is already in force. If you talk about general use AI, such as ChatGPT, these regulations were supposed to come to force on August 2nd. And that should go with a code of conduct redacted by the European Commission, and this code of good practice is not ready. So there's very clear requests made by companies. So they're asking to push back the date for something that is not ready. So I don't think the actors are not challenging the idea of a regulation and a text, but they want to know what kind of regulation we're talking about, and they need to understand what type of obligation of transparency and how these guidelines are going to be implemented in a very concrete way, and are these obligations viable from an operation point of view? Olivier, maybe you have something to say on that, because regulation is necessary, isn't it? In terms of I wanted to bring a bit of controversy here. I'm going to come to the defense of Europe. The economy needs digital trust, and digital trust needs rules and framework. GDRP, everybody was worried about it, and finally it worked out very well. and even the Americans are copying us on it. So it's in the details of the application, the pace at which it is going that will find solutions. But to say, and you said it very rightly, sometimes it looks like the wild, wild west, but we need to create a framework, and I think Europe should, it's good that they don't give in on that. The topic for companies is not only to respect the rules, it's mostly that we have only one rule for all. We don't want to have 27 different regulations, that everything that is sold to us for Europe that is unified digitally would be wrong. The three major challenges from the business world are the following. The first is we have an explosion of European regulation on new technologies, and I think you can second me on that. So we need the DSA, DMA, Data Act, Cyber Resilience Act. So they're asking for a lot. So that's the first point. The second point is those texts are overlapping, and so we need to be able to articulate them. So let me give you an example. There are some points of friction between the regulation on AI and the GDPR. How are we going to make sure that this works out and that people can exert their rights to have access to their data once they are in the AI system? For example, I can tell you something about the rights of the media and the property, intellectual property, with all the people who plundered, all our creation. It's the first question of the regulation is to explain to us on which data you trained your models. That's the question that we're trying to answer. And the second point of friction is what we call the data scrapping. To trade your machine, you're going to have to use a lot of big number of data. And this idea clashes with the idea of minimization that is imposed by the GDPR. So we see some overlapping between the text of law and inconsistencies as well, right? Yes. Isn't it? And the third point is the complexity of the texts themselves. Today, most of the actors are even wondering if they're not going to be abiding to the text or not that defines the AI, because it's defined in a very complex way. The Commission ended up having user cases that are not exhaustive to try to guide the companies. But we can see that today that the best way to define AI is to think about degree of autonomy. Is my system capable to take decisions that are more or less autonomous? Olivier, isn't it a race that is an illusion to try to regulate something that progresses at the speed of light? ChatGPT is only 2 years old. A few models were trained 7 or 8 years ago, and we're told that in 2 or 3 years, I don't know if we'll have a general AI that we're being promised, but there's going to be some progress. It changes all the time. It is very likely that we'll have several versions of these regulations over time. Yes, as many versions of ChatGPT. To continue on this transition thing, can you tell us a word? And there are a lot of people are going to be in the south. They're going to see them appearing here because that's where they're planning to build them. The famous data centers. I think we have already 300 or 400, but we're going to have to need to build more. Do you have because data is built on data. AI is based on data, so we're going to have data centers. And this is what the President of the Republic said. We have a decarbonated energy, so we're going to try to attract. Is it an opportunity for France? Is it a good idea for France to play this card? And President Macron is spending all his time inaugurating data centers. There was a giant one in Ile-de-France. There's several in the region.
Yes, as you said earlier on, this is a stake that goes beyond the performance of the company. It's a question of security and national competitiveness. So it's good that France is taking a position. Now, the question of electrical consumption of AI, the carbon footprint is a real subject. The figures are staggering. We've done times 6 in 7 years in the volume of data that we manipulate on the planet. Times 6 in 7 years. Just imagine that. And we plan that for the coming 7 years, it will be even more intense. So let's do a survey, if you allow me. Who uses Google or ChatGPT? So who uses Google as a a search engine, and he uses ChatGPT. It's about 2/3, 1/3. Who uses both? And who has never used ChatGPT? So yes, it's quite interesting to see this, because we can see that the switch is happening very fast. So on this transition and on the legal challenges and its gathering pace, what changes do you see today in the corporate world? Because it will revolutionize our work, and we're even wondering about the future of work. And there was a debate this morning, and somebody said we talked about companies without factories, that in the future we might have companies without employees, or only one. Everyone will be autonomous. But so you launch a case, you launch a business of autonomous cars, and there will be a boss, and instead of having taxi drivers, they will have autonomous cars. Is this something that will change our relationship with work? Yes, the answer is yes. I think that there are rare parts of society that are not involved with the use of this artificial intelligence. I think that the findings were recalled on a number of occasions today. But we know today that the growth of the EU will not be able to support the growth of its population. Therefore, there's a quick choice. We have technologies today that allow us to have tremendous gains in productivity. So it is inevitable and even urgent, I would say, to take these on board, with, of course, some precautions. Olivier, because you work a lot with Accenture's company. The figures of our studies, as our colleagues, are 40% of work hours. It's not all. You would save 40%. No, 40% which would be impacted. And half is automated, the other half is augmented, meaning there is a new connection between people and the AI. And can you explain what AI agents are? An AI agent is the evolved form of a large language model. So it talks in natural language. For many years, we talked to a keyboard. Today with LLM, you can talk in natural language, and it understands images, text. And an agent, this is the real revolution. An agent, you put it with an LLM, and they work towards an objective. They're aware of the context. That's the big difference. They practice an autonomous action. No, they say, if I need to process invoices, I'll process invoice. So 50 years, we gave the tech instruction. When you click on your iPhone, you give a programming instruction. Today, an agent will be autonomous. So it will react with regard to an objective. They learn. They're aware of the context. That's the agent, and that which impacts the 40%. So this is happening in call centers today. And no doubt this will be the same everywhere, this idea of autonomous agents working with human beings. Does this mean that we will have a hybridation of work and machines, and it will change the intermediate management? Will they still be useful in a world such as this? Everything remains to be done, and everything. And for the first time, for a long time, we can really rethink work organization, because yes, there are men, there are machines. We can rethink processes for machines and softwares without the constraints of people who work 8 hours a day and who've learned a certain number of things during their education and who know how to do a certain amount of things. But the success will not be to put a lot of agents anywhere, to multiply the number of agents everywhere. It will be to create the right person-machine couple. Well, can you share the experience of lawyers? I have talked with lawyers who are rather worried and raise a certain number of questions. Will autonomous agents be able to, fill in disputes, do work instead of you? And even journalists are wondering whether in the future you will have a robot moderator to replace me. And beyond this is the question of the impact on education. How do we train young lawyers if today we have robots who are working with you? Are these questions you're wondering about? Yes. Training begins with usage. So we've decided to encourage all the lawyers of our practice across the world to use these artificial intelligence tools. And it's only by using them that we will be able to develop these characteristics which are necessary for the augmented lawyer. So we encourage them, we give it a framework, and above all, we encourage them to have critical thinking, which will dispute and challenge the AI, challenge the results. So today, the tools that we use, there are many of these, and they allow us above all to summarize, to write notes and do markups with risks of elucidation, like 20 to 30% of errors, apparently. That's where I come back to the usage of AI in the field of law. We're far from being able to replace human beings. Yeah, you're far from the Minority Report. Olivier, yes, in training, you said this at the beginning, but I would like to reiterate it. You saw that the English Prime Minister in France last year announced training plans in millions of countries in each country. So this is a subject that concerns us all. It's a question of society, not just of corporate performance. And so it was 7.5 million for the British. They considered that there would be 10 million workers in the UK that would be impacted by AI in 2030. And France's plan, called Dare AI, talked about 15 million people. So that onboards everybody in society because, of course, the big groups will succeed in this AI transformation. They have the means, they have what they need to invest. But we must onboard everybody. And there is a key subject, if I can finish on this. I think that for AI, training will manufacture trust. We have a question of defiance against AI. Training will give us tools and allow us to use something. And this is essential because that's why this will allow us to build trust in AI. So before we give you the floor for a few questions, we have another minute. I would like to end by another controversy, this famous study by MIT, which was published a few days ago, which said that using exclusively AI could make us stupid. That meaning our cognitive capacities would be so impacted. I'm not talking about errors, but the risk of hallucination that exists. But our brain that is doped with screens could be transformed, but in the bad direction. So this is quite a controversial study, but it does raise a real question, and maybe the room will want to ask these questions. We all have children probably, but when we have young children faced with screens, there's a real debate, and AI and screens, it's more or less the same thing today. So is there not a real danger for education itself? So we talked about the native internet generation. Now we're in a native AI generation. Well, it's a deep-rooted disruption, maybe even deeper than the invention of printing. It's at least equivalent because we move from oral education to one that has become that is written. So this is the type of change we're looking at. The question for our generation was knowledge. We had to learn something by heart. Today, we have the Library of Alexandria at our fingertips. And so we must learn something else. I think Lauren said something very important. It's the critical mind. Check your sources and think in terms of actions. It gives us more time to do something. AI will always read more books than we can read. What can we do with that? How can we transform this into actions, reflections, ideas? So it's a tremendous opportunity. I think that a non-educated use of artificial intelligence could make people stupid, but an intelligent usage of AI can make you more intelligent and allow you to go a lot further. So the question is to move into the sufficiently intelligent category to at least manage to work with this AI. It's an amplificator, but we must choose the right side. So it no doubt places school at the heart of the debate. So thank you for this debate. You agreed on practically everything, but it was interesting anyway. Do you have any questions in the room? We do have 4 minutes to take them. Please raise your hands. Yes, the question is as follows. In terms of artificial intelligence, and in particular in the field of education, and transmission. What about emotional intelligence and empathy? This is a fantastic question. Thank you for asking this, and I will take this, Philip, if you wouldn't mind. What my customers say to me today, and what I feel everywhere, including in society, is that there is a technological fatigue. It's so invasive that when techs look after content creation, there's a sort of a moyenization that we perceive. There's never been so much need of creativity than today, and it's the customers that say it. It's the CEOs that say it. The differentiation will increasingly be through creativity. A final question. I'm being asked to stop here. I just wanted to add a point, Philippe. So the exploiting of vulnerable emotions by artificial intelligence are forbidden by law today. So, hello, I have a question that is a question of society. I would like to know how AI can fight against social discrimination and inequalities. Very good question. We haven't talked about this subject, the sexist biases or biases that can exist in the training. There's been quite a few disasters with AI, so I don't know if, legally speaking, yes, there is an obligation to ensure that there is a certain equity in feeding the MLN, but we must be able to account for the decision taken by the machine. So this explainability should be able to demonstrate that the respect of the points that you mentioned, sir, are, yes, one of the main challenges for AI and for all algorithms, including the use of the big platforms such as Facebook or other platforms, is the transparency of algorithms, how they're designed, or how they're designed also to make us become addicts. And these are one of the big challenges, to make sure that they don't create informational bubbles. That was on the side of the social networks, or make us a little bit crazy and just to stay in front of our screens and then engage in habits that we're pulled into. The last message of this controversy: stay free. We're faced with AI, but use it intelligently. Thank you very much, everybody. Oh my God.
Bonjour, bonsoir.
Hello, thank you for joining us. I know it's the end of the day. We're all suffering from the heat, but we're delighted to have you among us. So the subject of this session is Building on its Own Terms, Africa at a Crossroads. I'm Adrienne Classa. I'm a journalist at the Financial Times based in Paris. I'll be your moderator for this session. And without much further ado, I'm going to introduce the panel. We have Obi Ekwesili, who's the president of Human Capital Africa, who's an economist of Nigeria, who's got a wonderful reputation, and she's worked also with the World Bank. Thank you for being with us. And also we have Judy Kael Okemba, president and general manager of PAMI Partners, who's specialized in the region. Thank you for being here. Then we have Karim El Ainawi, who's the executive president of the Policy Center for the New South. Thank you for being here with us. And last but not least, Sidi Diabira, who's the president for the Société Financière Internationale. And now I'm going to introduce our coordinator, Pierre Jacquet. You can make the proper introduction for this session. Thank you. I feel really humble because I'm glad that I'm introducing this session on Africa, and I'm just a European, so it's hard for me to feel entitled to speak about Africa. So this is why I would like to talk about biases when we talk about Africa coming from Europe. First, aggregation. What we call Africa, it's a continent that is diversified with a lot of regions. There's North Africa with 6 countries which are very different: Mauritania, Morocco, Algeria, Libya, and Egypt. And what we call the sub-Saharan Africa, where there are 48 countries, 20 of which are in a situation of or in conflict, or in 13 very small states that are landlocked or equivalent. 33 countries are amongst the least advanced countries. So a huge diversity that we also find on the economic level with giants like Nigeria or South Africa, and very small countries like the Comoros, or in terms of wealth, of per capita income, 17,000 euros per capita in Seychelles, and in also a high level in Central African Republic. Also, we have a disparity of resources. We have oil and gas that have a double stake because we have to manage natural resources. We know it's complicated. And we have an issue of transition without fossil fuels. And also other countries are service-driven economy like Mauritius and Rwanda, and the Ivory Coast has an economy which becomes diversified. So on the geographical point of view and economic point of view, it's difficult to talk about Africa at large. We should talk about each country individually when it is necessary. That's the first bias. The second bias is that of perspectives or perception, which is a trend in talking about Africa according to our own criteria as developed countries. That's a proletism bias, if you want to say, like a gospel. We talk about how to help Africa to look like us, when it's not the subject matter at hand. And the topic of this reference is, when we talk about Africa at a crossroads, and building on its own terms, the launching pad is healthier, because we want to know the constraints and how they can build on their own terms and how they can make their own choices and not follow up on our European choices. And this seems to be, in my opinion, very important. This perception bias is twofold, actually. Because when we approach the reality of Africa from our own reality, we tend not to value positive momenta and rather talk about problems: schooling, human development, innovation, And what we see in articles is all about problems and issues. We have text on conflicts, on the way conflicts affect such and such thing, but we do not hear or read about what favors development. But it's a continent where a lot of things is happening over the last 10 years. We have an increase of life expectancy. We have improvements in education. Of course, it takes time. But when we look at the progress made in Africa, it was much faster, bearing in mind the population of Africa as opposed to what we had in Europe when we compare. So we should pay more attention to these biases that affect our reasoning and our reflection. Also, there are a lot of challenges. And we have talked about challenges already in X, and I'll mention a few of them. Poverty and insecurity that remain in existence. Today, we have 468 million Africans that are in extreme poverty, according to the World Bank. And another challenge is that of the transition towards a carbon-free economy and that is respectful of the environment while managing growth and an improvement of the per capita income, and also the societal construction where we have no lessons to give ourselves because it's a matter of an intrinsic development that goes through conflicts that are extremely painful and cruel and that last long. And I think that Africa is at the crossroads of all these transitions, and this is the case for many African countries actually. Against this backdrop, there's also demography because the minister of the Ivory Coast has talked about the young people in Africa that are numerous and that are very vibrant, that stand for the future of Africa, and that's also a major challenge because the economy needs to follow up on this and provide jobs. One of the questions that should haunt us in Europe, modestly, is how can we help from outside processes that are fundamentally inside Africa, indigenous to Africa, so that Africa can build their future on their own terms with a permanent dilemma. Giving money that is not enough, but requiring too many prerequisites is not good. It would hamper help for environment and for development, and it will not help the Africans to gain ownership of their own future. And I'm going to give the floor afterwards. I'm going to take the floor afterwards. Thank you, Pierre. As Pierre has said earlier, we have a challenge which is almost impossible to solve because we have a diversified continent, a very large continent, but we'll do our best to try to think about some of the main issues. To start, I would like to go to Sibi, because you have a prospect that is an outlook which is quite interesting in this debate. You have worked for most of your career in some emerging countries like South Africa, more recently. Now you're the manager for the Western Africa for the IFC. So the question is the following: are there significant differences in the way you approach African economies as opposed to the means that we mentioned for the European countries in the analysis, but also the vocabulary that we would use, the terms that we use? Does it change over time? What do you think? Thank you for this question. I would like to thank Pierre for these preliminary remarks because there's a lot of input which is very important. It's very important to set the scene when we talk about the African continent and when we talk about countries of Africa that we want to support with the French Development Agency, but also the International Finance Corporation of which I'm a member for many years now. There's one point that is important. I was lucky to work in South Africa, but I was also lucky to work within other contexts and in other African countries, may it be in Western Africa. I'm actually French, but also I come from Mauritania. I have Mauritanian nationality, and it's a bridge between France and Africa for this way, because this has prompted me to work in favor and for the continent because I studied and worked in France first. Another important point, and I think perception is important, because when we are on top of a cliff and we look at the other side of the mountain, we look at things differently. And this was precise, and this was actually put on the spotlight in the introduction. We don't see things in the same way. We don't use the same terms. And there's an anecdote which is quite interesting. I worked with on a renewable energy project to illustrate what was said and how we can perceive things differently. It was a project in South Africa that was launched by local partners. And when I talked about it with European partners, the first thing I was asked was whether there were lenders. Because to have credibility, it needed to actually be managed by external lenders. But there were no external lenders. And the project was managed and was initiated by local engineering teams. And for me, it was actually something striking over the years that I worked there in South Africa and within the different African countries. In terms of vocabulary, and that's very important, and over the last 2 days where I was here in Aix, when we talk about Europe, we talk about resilience, we talk about transition, we talk about adjustment. But sometimes we talk about the same subjects, and when we want to speak about our African country, we'll talk about fragility, we talk about risk. It's hard for us to use these terms that are positive. When we talk about what we do in terms of project, when we talk to the continent, we use other terms. So it's important to change the narrative, to change the storytelling. So, as was said earlier, things that are happening are manifold, and we need to find local solutions. Solutions are to be found locally, and they need to go through local partners. And as a stakeholder, as an international stakeholder, as an international body held for 185 countries, what we have to ask ourselves when we speak to governments, when we talk to companies, we need to ask them what they need to see how we can help them when we grant loans to make local projects emerge. And when we talk to European partners, that's the role of the IFC or the World Bank. And when we are in Western Africa, we need to be able to bring about a different perception on the African continent. That's a very good point. Thank you, CB. And we'll go back to the different projects that you support with IFC. I would like to turn to Karim to talk about all these changes and all these projects that are ongoing right now. So to prepare this panel, we had a long discussion on many subjects. So you made a remark. You think that now we are about to reach a turning point. Can you mention what you're talking about and give a few examples? What is changing right now? Thank you. Hello, everyone. I think that we are in a time of introspection. We're actually brewing, thinking about who are our friends, because some family members we have fallen out with some of our family members. We are thinking about our lifestyle because it's in danger. We feel besieged, and this has been mentioned by the Minister of Finance earlier on. In Africa, it's actually a second stage of development. We were talking about independence during the 50s and 60s. We were talking about funding and the constraints of development, the basic infrastructures development that were actually straightforward development strategies without that needed a new impetus. So there are subjects on the construction of states in Sahel, in Morocco, on countries where per capita income is higher, or in countries where we have intermediary per capita income, or low-income countries. We are talking about going back on track. So growth strategies are rather straightforward. It's more complicated because advanced countries actually export uncertainties, paradoxically. And the European difficulties of transportation, you've heard about this over the last 3 days. There are additional complexities that feed development policy. So each country should look inside. It's not uninteresting because we tend to be like a frog sitting in boiling water. So the exogenous shock of the new world order coming from America tends to make us question the world, especially in Africa. We tend to think about what kind of world we want in a more open world, because before we were in closed loop, in fruitless discussions sometimes, in landlocked areas, and now countries have the choice. Well, we live and die by our choices, obviously, and the question needs to be well tackled. And to make a choice, we need to be reconciled with ourselves. We need to make sure that inside we are robust, and we need to have social cohesion, which is not the case in every country. It's not the case in Europe either, in the US itself as well on the interior front. But the strategic value of partnership, when I talk about the objective meaning of the world, of Africa, has changed. And countries are different in their relationship with Europe. I think that we have to look at Africa with new spectacles. Not all thinking about charity or ethics, but with whom could I do something? I'm going to give you an example. On energy, we have so many things to do together on renewable energy, on solar panels. In terms of value chains for automobile, we have 650,000 cars a year. We're working with Airbus, with planes and so on. So there are a lot of countries that are actually integrated into this value chain. And so what we ask in reality is a repoliticization of our relationships. Our relationships with Africa cannot be tantamount to technocracy in Brussels. No. The governments should take the upper hand again and give a new political aspect to their relationships. They should not have cosmetic aesthetics as to the way they have relationships with Africa. That's another kettle of fish. This is over, the development as we knew it. But it's a matter of maturity in relationship. It's an era of maturity in our relationships with the African continent in this more open context. And it's a matter of questioning ourselves in Europe, because it could have actually the feeling that it was at the end of a pathway in terms of social harmony. I think we have challenges that are quite similar. And we have a demography that is quite complementary, but we need to raise more political challenges and questions that we should think about together. So in our think tank, we try to be a public policy think tank lab, so to say. We do a lot of psychoanalysis, and that nothing is neutral, because politics have a nature, and they have a flesh and blood. And the countries represent what they are. Sometimes we can be mistaken. So when we've done things for 50 years and all of a sudden things change, well, it's not. It's like your children. You don't want to see them grow. You always think that they're babies. And you say, oh, no, they're 50 years old. You're not going to say to your child that he should brush their teeth, you know? It's the same thing. And it's very bad for us, because naturally our brain is lazy and we tend to procrastinate. So what we try to do is to try to disclose this prejudice. Thank you, Karim. Now it's time maybe to have a more pragmatic approach, something that is more adult. So when we talk about a pragmatic approach, maybe there's an economic easing maybe that we should find. There's some figures. Inflation is going down. The growth should go up in the years to come. It depends on the region, of course, and country by country. But according to the forecasts, the region should reach a growth which could be double of that of the advanced countries up to 2030. Judicael, I would like to ask you, what are the opportunities? What kind of opportunities does it represent? And according to you, what do your customers want to do to to seize these opportunities looming ahead? Thank you for asking me the question. I would like to go back to the context of the subject, namely Africa at a crossroads, because there's a matter of confidence. The Africans, the governments, but also the private sector are such that people are awake and they know that there's an opportunity to seize. and that this continent offers so much because it has a young population. Yes, there's an inflation, but there are several niches that are open that could be harnessed where we could make business. So it is crucial for Africans to become aware of their stance or their positioning, because it is a continent which will have to make do. We can't do without them, because we've been a bit out of the system for some time. Some people try to find help and aid, but this is evolving elsewhere. So yes, there's inflation, but there's a lot of opportunities, and Africans have become aware of this. And I think there's a lot to do. And what about your customers? Do they contact you for what? Particularly now, what do they need? Do they need your outlook on which issues? Our customers contact us for our knowledge on the field, issues. And paradoxically, there are customers that are outside Africa that want to invest in energy, in water, with sustainable development issues. I'm based in Switzerland, so we have Swiss partners coming up to us to talk about transformation from waste to energy. So we need to upcycle waste that the Africans do not consider as interesting, whereas it's a gold mine. And they go to other consulting firms to try to invest in the continent. And I think it's a beautiful partnership that would be a win-win with an exchange of experience. So we have to bet on Africa and Africans, definitely. Thank you. Thank you. I would like to talk to you, Obi, to talk about Nigeria. Over the last years, there were several reforms that were implemented in the country, according to the economists, that helped to boost the growth. We saw the unemployment rate that went down since 2019, especially among the young population. So I wanted to ask you, do you agree with this analysis of economists that these reforms generated this high growth rate in the during the last quarter? Could you explain for our public what were the key reforms and the key changes that brought about these positive changes?
Especially to the organizers for inviting me to be a part of this conversation. To your question, the economists, I think they missed it.
Dis-nous pourquoi.
And it's not unusual.
Okay.
There was a time when the economists looked at the continent and called it a basket case. And then it recanted for doing that. So they do miss. I've been reading The Economist because of my dad from when I was a child. So I'm a fan of The Economist, but sometimes they miss the boat. So Nigeria's growth in recent times has been in the low regions of 2 to 3%. Anyone who calls that a high growth is in the fallacy of a low expectation syndrome, which is normally the problem we have concerning Africa. People just look at Africa and sort of index it to whatever just looks a little positive. They clap for it because they need to find something to clap for. We don't want to be patronized. When you talk about building on our own terms, number one thing is stop patronizing Africa and Africans. I think that a key point that needs to be made is that for a country that has a population growth rate of almost 3%, you cannot call growing at 3% a fantastic thing. Now, are there reforms that have recently been embarked upon? Perhaps. And one of them is the reform of the pricing of petroleum in the country. That was important to be done. Unfortunately, the sequencing and the preparation for the implementation of removal of subsidies was so poorly done that it had very, consequences that were both normal and the ones that could have been envisaged and mitigated against. So you can do reforms, but do reforms in a wrong way. And so it then ends up affecting the citizens. So when you talk about the really good reforms, you have to talk about them in terms of what ultimate impact would they have, and how do you cushion the effect of those impacts? That has to be part of the reform design. The government didn't do well with that. Another aspect of the reform is, of course, pricing of the foreign exchange that narrowed the gap between the parallel market for foreign exchange and the official window. And that was important. I particularly wanted that reform to happen. It did help to bring a measure of stability to exchange rate volatility, because exchange rate volatility is bad for business. Every time that we talk about inflation and we talk about exchange rate volatility, we're essentially saying that you're eroding investor confidence, right? And you need investor confidence to attract investment. And so there are some of those elements of reforms. But more profoundly for our country is the matter of youth unemployment. It is still terrible. Youth unemployment is about 60% of unemployment. And that is horrible, because what it does is that it creates a supply pipeline for the problem that is most important and critical for us now, which is the insecurity problem. You're creating a market of those who would easily be recruited by terrorists into the business of terrorism, and that is terrible for us. So the aspect of reforms that we most need are structural reforms, reforms that make our environment an enabling environment, not just for attracting investors from France or from Europe, but actually making small businesses to have environments that are not creating many barriers and hurdles for them to grow. And there we are failing still. The cost of doing business in our country is way beyond what should be. And so if you look at the data on entrepreneurship, the African women are more entrepreneurs than anywhere in the world. But then you have to ask, at what level? The problem is that it is at a low productivity level. So imagine a situation where reforms tackle those barriers that stand in their way for productivity. If we enhanced the productivity of the African woman as an entrepreneur, it would actually help us solve a range of problems, especially when you look at the SDGs. When women are economically empowered, more than 70% of their income go to the things that matter on the SDGs. So that's so crucial. So you can do macroeconomic reforms, but you must complement them with structural reforms. And my final point is to target into Africa, because we're discussing Africa. One of the things that a lot of people are sleeping on is what the demographic structure of the world is saying to us. I mean, average age in Europe today is 44 years. 44 years. Average age in America is about 39 years. Average age in China is 39.5 years. Average age in Latin America, 33 years. Average age in India is 29 years. Average age in Africa is 18.9 years. Now, if you were sitting in a boardroom and you needed to make decisions about the future, where would you be looking at? Where would you, come on, answer me, guys. You'd be looking at Africa, So the whole idea of continuing to have people in Europe who, when they look at Africa, see a humanitarian case is a misnomer. I mean, it's like you're sleeping on the opportunity. It ought to be that when you look at Africa, you don't need to be talking about helping Africa. Help yourselves. You've got to help yourselves. Help yourselves, because if you don't look at Africa today as a business case, you're missing out big time. I rest my case.
Ok, alors Obi, j'avais une question de suite sur.
Obi, I had a question. I wanted to follow up on this question.
Parce que bon, vous avez levé.
So you raised a point that I want to talk about later, but I'm going to mention it now because the demographic curve across the continent and in Nigeria is completely the opposite as in other parts of the world. How can we make this more of an advantage for Africa? How could that be taken as more of a benefit for those economies? What do we need to do?
It's a very important question you've asked, because Africa's greatest problem is governance. Governance. Poor governance is the debilitating factor that holds us back from accelerating at the speed we should accelerate. And so when you say, what's the first thing we need to address? It is poor governance. We have to address incompetence and corruption in the way that African countries are led. It's an important thing to tackle. And then we need to understand that a lot of the people who ruin Africa, not govern Africa, the ones who ruin in the place of governance are failing to understand how important it is to place human capital at the center of our economic strategy. You see a lot of the people in government, they love to talk about infrastructure. Why do they love to talk about infrastructure? I talk about infrastructure. It's an important and critical factor for growth, for economic growth. But when you see African leaders obsessed about infrastructure, it is merely because that is where they get the procurement opportunity for corruption. That's what it is. So they ignore the potent need to actually produce capable citizens through education. So for example, one of the data that keeps me awake every day is the terrible data that 9 out of every 10 children that are in school in Africa are not achieving minimum proficiency levels in literacy and numeracy. For the rest of the world, it's 6 out of every 10. In a place like India, it's 8 out of every 10. As soon as that data came out, Prime Minister Modi was so angered by it, he decided to become the champion for fixing early grade education, because it's a predictor of the quality of human capital you will ultimately produce at scale. But on our continent, that data came out, nobody behaved like they saw it. That is the poor governance part of the problem. And guess what? For me, I think that what will address it ultimately is the restiveness of the African young people. So when you talk about how do we convert this demographic advantage to what it should be to propel the growth of the future, it will not come from governments. It will come from citizens who are tired of failing. The truth is that if you want Africa to do well and to do well faster, shut down all the governments in Africa. Africans will do better without government than they do with government. That's the truth. I mean it. The governments have become the greatest barrier to the capacity of Africans. Look at our young people. Look at the talent sector. If you look at the talent sector of Africa, technology, creativity, you know, and all the other associated fashion industry, sports, you know, talent-based sectors, you see Africans are playing at the standard of the world. As soon as government is involved, it goes in the reverse. So fixing governance is so important and critical for Africa. Well, you should not be shocked that I'm making a big do of the governance issue. I'm one of the co-founders of Transparency International, the organization that works against corruption globally. And I believe that this is the biggest barrier that we must tackle. Thank you.
Est-ce qu'il y a quelqu'un d'autre qui veut venir?
Is there anyone else who would like to talk about this issue of democratics? Otherwise, I'll ask Sidi some questions. I've got a point about governance and education, actually. Can I speak about that? I had two comments to make. First of all, I think that good governance is not something that can be imposed from the outside and overlay on systems in Africa or elsewhere. It needs to be an endogenous movement. So the fact that we say there are governance issues doesn't help us understand how to solve these problems. Combating corruption requires the society to be strong and robust. The second point is about education. I think if we have an education supply without sufficient demand, doesn't lead to success. I can remember my experience in India. India has just been mentioned. There's a major effort in terms of education, but the problem is that the young people who graduate haven't got jobs to go to, and so they take jobs in the informal sector, which are underpaid and underskilled compared to their qualifications. They feel like they've sacrificed their lives and money and resources that they didn't have to get a qualification that's useless, and that has an influence on future demand. So I don't think we should make education opposed to infrastructure. Without infrastructure, you won't get any return on the education investment. So I think these two issues need to be tackled at the same time.
Okay.
I am sorry. We're not in a zero-sum game. We're not in a zero-sum game where we're saying it's either infrastructure or education. That's not what we're discussing. I'm simply making the point that when you are putting too much energy in infrastructure and you're not developing your human capital, that's a problematic situation you have on your hand. Number two is that you have to, I said it already, you've got to embark on reforms that open up the economy for opportunities for investment, both local and external investment. While you're doing that, you must be growing the kind of human capital that would be able to find opportunities, and if they don't find opportunities in jobs, they find opportunities in creating jobs themselves. You know, the time to do silo approach in economic management is over. We have to look at economic management as an integrated thing, and that's so important for us to acknowledge.
Merci beaucoup. Je veux aussi rentrer sur le sujet des infrastructures.
I just want to go back to the question about infrastructure. Sibi, could you talk about electrification projects that you're working on? I think you're aiming to connect 300 million people who haven't got access to electricity to the electricity grid. How are you doing that? How's that working? And how are you coordinating this initiative across a number of countries? What are the challenges you're seeing? I will answer your question, but I just wanted to respond to what's been said about education, governance and infrastructure. As my co-panelist Obi has said, we need to take a holistic approach. We are not talking about one or the other. We need to address all of these issues at the same time. We're running out of time. It's an urgent situation. So in order to transform this demographic growth into an opportunity, a dividend, we need to solve all of these issues at the same time. We're going to need to develop the tools we need in order to solve these problems together. So when we talk about education, for example, education is about making sure that jobs are available for young people, high-quality jobs, local jobs for the people who are trained. So what we need to do is listen to local needs in order to answer that question. And this is tied into the question of infrastructure as well. So the World Bank Group and IFC is the private sector. The private sector provides about 90% of employment. So in the public and private sector, we've decided to take a holistic approach, an all-round approach, and the aim is to give access to 300 million people to electricity by 2030. And to do that, we've put a partnership together with the World Bank, the African Development Bank, and other multilateral lending agency. So what we're starting to do is to bring a number of states and governments together despite their failings, and we've asked them what type of reforms are necessary to ensure that the private sector can invest in those countries. It's a big project, it takes time, but now we've got more than 20 countries who came to meet us in Dar es Salaam in January. We had a follow-up meeting in London a few weeks ago in order to see how those reforms were going. In the room we had governments and the private sector, which we'd brought together, and the private sector wanted to hold the government accountable for the reforms. They were asking about very specific projects, and we were saying what tools were necessary in terms of investment, equity investment, as lenders and funders in order to crowd in new investments. So to answer the question about infrastructure, to respond to the infrastructure issue, which will enable our young people to get jobs, because without electricity it'll be very difficult to develop these things. So we're talking about infrastructure. What infrastructure do we need? Social infrastructure, energy infrastructure. There's a whole range of subjects that we need to resolve, and we could spend a lot of time talking about governance and education, but I will let my co-panelists talk about some of these other issues. I'm sure we could spend a whole panel talking about each of these issues that have been raised just now, but we'll try and move things on a little bit more, because there's something that Karim addressed in his opening remarks, something that's very important in order for us to implement all the projects we're talking about. The issue of geopolitical uncertainty, which is exported to different parts of the world. It's affecting us in Europe and also in Africa. So, Karim, I'd be very interested to hear what you think about this. We're seeing a lot of change coming from the United States. They're changing the way they want to act in the world with a very transactional approach to diplomacy, a deal-making approach to diplomacy, which is quite hard to predict. And at the same time, we're seeing almost complete cut-off of US development aid to other parts of the world. So how should we respond to that? What opportunities does that represent for Africa at this time of change? I think it's a good thing. I think it's good news. Paradoxically, I've been in a number of meetings, and the people who were most upset about the end of development aid were people from the north, because there's a whole industry that's grown up around it. It will stop governance hiding behind a lack of development aid. It's going to be a time of accountability and empowerment. So in the total balance of payments for the countries, it's a fairly small contribution overall. We've seen media reports about what the social implications will this be, calculations of the number of people who might die. I don't think that's the right issue to look at. The first people who are responsible for their citizens are the states and the governments. That's where responsibility lies. So I think development aid, as we've known it since the 1960s, is dead in the water now. The page has turned. Europe has switched its development aid towards military spending. It's not very well accepted by the population. There are some needs in Europe that are quite similar to what is funded by development aid, things like health and education spending, and European populations want their governments to be efficient in those areas. I think it's a good thing. It's good news. The pressure that Obi was talking about having good policies, it requires the responsibility to lie in the right hands. I don't want to talk about the content of reforms, but about the mindset that is needed. All of these issues are complex. That's what I wanted to say. We're talking about addressing all the problems at the same time. Our governments, including European governments, I might say, are somewhat overwhelmed. So They've been overwhelmed by the scale of citizens' expectations on a welfare state, social protection, providing services to all citizens, security, and many other issues. It's a difficult challenge, and sometimes we underestimate how much of a challenge it is to maintain social cohesion. It's true for African countries. Obi, what you're asking is a difficult thing. Although I agree with you, these reforms are complex, and we sometimes underestimate the complexity. I think there isn't a lack of intellectual strength and human capital. We have people here in the room, there's people all around Africa, but the issue is how we can draw them together and engage them, empower them. I believe the solutions are in our countries. We're in a particular time, a time for introspection, a time for those of you who run marathons, long-distance runners. It's like what you call the second wind. Our countries need to get a second wind. We need to get out of the middle-income trap. The low-income countries need to take off, and the resources to do all of that are to be found in our African countries. One thing I'd like to say about is what we can do with Europe. One of the answers about what we can do with Europe is about drawing up new partnerships with different regions of the world. We had a round table talking about Latin America, and it's relevant to Africa too. It's going to require hard work. We're going to need a kind of aggiornamento. We've never really sat down to properly talk about things together. We need to sit down and talk together. It's not going to be national governments that do it. They haven't got the time. They're under pressure. I think that the European response to this shift in the geopolitical context has been too quick. Politicians do need to provide answers, but that we're trying to put together new projects, budgets of billions and trillions and zillions is something that worries me, actually. I'm not reassured. I'm rather worried about what's going on. What's happening is complex. We need to step back. We need to take a good think about what we're doing. Yes, politicians need short-term responses, but where are things happening? How can we organize a response within our countries? We're still managing our governments as the same way as several centuries ago, with different ministries, different departments. Is that what we need to face these challenges? And within our countries and between our countries, we need to sit down and think what we can do together with compatible brain power. I think African brains, African minds draw on their culture, their heritage, their long-term memory, and I think it is compatible with European mindsets, but maybe a bit trickier with other parts of the world. So I think that this type of meeting, this type of forum will enable us to move forward a bit better and be more efficient in solving some of these issues, both in terms of what we're doing together and what's happening inside our countries, because we're all affected the same transformations, but to different degrees. So you talked about finding different ways to work together, but I want to ask Judith Kehl a quick question. We've not got a lot of time left, but this uncertainty does present opportunities for business, but for businesses, uncertainty is not always what investors are looking for. What do your clients and partners see in today's world? Well, I would say it's up to national governments to create a climate of trust and confidence by combating corruption, as has already been said, and by setting up systems for transparency. I know that a lot of African countries, including my home country, Congo-Brazzaville, which has switched the Ministry of Finance to a totally digital-based service. So there are hardly any more money transfers that are happening in cash or with banknotes. Money is transferred digitally to the government, and that kind of reform builds trust. And when there's a climate of trust, investors are happy to put their money in because the transparency is there. That reassures investments. I come from Congo-Brazzaville, as I said, and there's also an issue around our economic zone, the CMAC zone, where it's difficult to transfer money out of the region. That's a real weakness, and that holds investment back. I think there's going to be a whole process required to resolve this, but I think we're going the right way about it. So ensuring stability when the climate is difficult can lead to successful projects. Yes, it can, indeed. I just wanted to take a few minutes to open up for questions from the floor. If you've got any questions, I'd like to ask you to be very brief, very precise in your question, but we would like to hear from you. So let's start with the gentleman at the front here. I've got a question for Karim. Karim has talked about partnerships with Europe. I'd like to mention a few figures before I talk about win-win partnerships, win-win business partnerships with Europe. In May, I was at the Africa Forum and I watched a partnership agreement being signed between a property investment firm in France, a $150 million deal. It seemed pretty significant to me. 2 weeks later, I was in China, where in an infrastructure forum, 176 projects were signed off for a value of $11 billion. A fortnight later, I was in Rwanda at the US-Africa Summit, and $2.5 billion were committed, signed off for Africa. So here's my question. Culturally, we probably have long-standing relationships with what we'd refer to as the old continent, but is the European private sector, and perhaps Sibi is well placed to talk about this because she's from the IFS, is the European private sector interested in doing business with Africa? Karim first and then Sibi. Very quickly, I think you have to be very operational and pragmatic and do deals with whoever you want to, whoever's ready to deal with you. There's no rules about it. I've been talking about Europe because we're here in Europe, but we can work with anyone. The world is fairly open. There'll be some pressures on the alliances, you can do with things. I think there'll be some requirement for geopolitical alignment at some stage, but we need to be very cold-blooded and transactional about it, leave the feelings to one side. This will require a certain level of political concession-making. It requires dexterity, agility, and adaptability to be able to make choices based on what you want. I think this is a time for maturity and accountability in the world. Up to 1990, there was a binary choice. You either were with the Eastern Bloc or Western Bloc, and now it's a lot more complex. Are the countries ready for this? In most cases, probably not, but some countries are, and that's why I talked about the fact that we need to rethink our relationships with the rest of the world, relationships with our partners, and what we do in our own countries. Sibi. Yes, if I could perhaps add to that with respect to the private sector, I could give a few figures myself. Currently, the investments from IFC with our European partners, IFC is investing around 70 billion per year, and European partners represent 25 to 30% of that. So I think there's fairly high appetite still in key sectors such as financial sector, infrastructure. We're also increasing our staff teams in Europe because we are seeing European countries are interested in investing in African countries. The proportions may be different and they may vary from one country to another, but and yes, it is a very transactional approach. If the project is commercially viable, if the project will enable the group or the business to expand, it will invest. It's a very pragmatic approach that we see, and I think this question makes me think of a quote by a Caribbean author called Edouard Glissant, who said, we need to get out of a single way of thinking, but we need to get into a way of thinking about relationship, a relational way of thinking. That's what I think. Relationships are great. They need to be win-win. I'm really sorry. I'm going to have to leave you in just a minute to take my train. Yes, Sibi's got a train to catch. Can we take perhaps one last question? The lady at the front, very, very quickly, try and be as efficient as possible. Thank you. Thank you. A very quick question for Obi about governance. Do you think that governance is not just a top-down issue? Is there a bottom-up approach to governance? What role can citizens, young people and women play? How can we engage them and mobilize them? Because they have power, how can we engage them to use their power? What mechanisms can we use? And how would you encourage this civil society to hold governments accountable? Thank you. Obi.
Exactly is what is happening. I don't know how much of developments in Kenya you have been following. That's really citizens saying, enough of poor governance. We want a different deal. And it is not outsiders that are propelling them. It is citizens saying, we want a better deal than what we're getting. And those young ones and the women they're not even troubled by the fact that government rolls out the police or military to attack them. They are determined to redefine governance. And that's the kind of support that's the kind of thing that Europeans need to understand how to support. We can't but allow the citizens to be the ones at the center of the demand for good governance. And we're seeing it happen, not just in Kenya, it's happened in Nigeria when the End SARS and many other end bad governance has happened. The young people and the women, together with technology, are the game changers for our continent. And we're going to see more and more of that. Thank you.
Merci, Obi. Je vais maintenant...
Thank you, Obi. I'm going to hand it over to Pierre to wrap up our panel discussion. I think we're a little bit late. With 29 seconds over. I'm going to try and be a bit quick. I don't want to conclude, but I want to mention 4 things that strike me in the debate. The first thing is to change the narrative about Africa, change the story. It seems difficult because there's always a negative informational bias. Negative things always hit the headlines. So what we hear in Europe is the things that are going wrong rather than things that are going well. So I think that we need to instead professionalize in order to compensate for this negative narrative. And the good news is that things are changing. The narrative is changing. A lot of investors have a very different perspective on Africa these days. I think the time has come for that this news and this story needs to be told. My second message about the holistic approach that is very necessary. As Karim said, it's difficult to do, but we need to be pragmatic and move forward wherever we can. And in Europe, we have exactly the same problem. We don't know how to take this holistic approach. We tend to have a sequenced approach and a sector-by-sector approach. We are struggling to get hold of complex issues in a holistic manner. And all of the most serious approach on growth, and particularly the commission chaired by Michael Spons and Nobel Prize winners, say there's no recipe. It has to be a very empirical approach. And this leads me to my third point, to say that everything that's been said on this panel is very similar to the debates that we need to have in Europe. We haven't solved our problems, so we in Europe need to be very modest. And that's where partnerships might take place. There are solutions not just in Europe, but we can learn a lot from approaches that are put in place in other countries, in particular in Africa. And I think this is a key message for Europe. And a final point, perhaps something I disagree with Karim on, not in terms of the content, but in terms of the form. I don't think talking about the end of development aid is very constructive. I think it's about talking about new forms of partnerships that we need, and these partnerships will involve external contributions. There's a subject is how we can use the savings of African people for Africa, but this is an issue that is about the quality of projects that will be built in Africa and the quality of information about it. All of this will require the public to get involved, but that's another discussion that we have to about new forms of public-private partnership in another session. Thank you very much to all of our panelists. It's been excellent. So thank you. After these final comments, thank you to all of you, all of the panelists. Thank you to Pierre, and thank you to all of you for listening to us. Have a very good evening. Thank you.